Theoretically. We should be alright. We should be okay. I think we should be alright. Okay, so we got the new stream up. What we will do is we will post a new link for all the people who do actually want to take part of it. There we go. Okay, well, we might as well do what I basically said we were always going to do in the beginning. So we might as well just go through everything as quick as possible, shall we? Let's see. We got that going. What happened? Stream basically froze. Welcome to my internet. I will be getting a better one, I promise. Something like that. Something of the sort. Okay, well, we did have another stream, which, by the way, if you're new to the stream, or if you're new to my channel, had another stream, literally just disconnected, and now I just created another one. So, just basically a brief overview. Severe risk for today, northeast kind of out of it right now, and then Cristobal moving on through. 5% chance of tornadoes across the board. Not really. I mean, Florida's definitely getting impacted with the outer bands, and then the 5% chance of tornadoes in South Dakota. Right now, the South, actually, there's something in South Dakota that I'm currently watching that is now currently exploded, and people need to kind of just continue to watch this thing, because if that actually ends up producing a tornado, you probably could start to see some stuff that could start to churn a bit. So it's actually already starting to try and develop tornadic characteristics. So I just want to tell you that there is possibly something tornadic that ends up trying to form. But still, there is that tornado warning near Orlando. In my opinion, it has officially died out. So this, not as much of a threat anymore. But we did cover this Orlando tornado warning before in the prior stream. Covered it all the way in its entirety. Told you all the specifics, even called out when the funnel was. So, just by looking at the radar. So something to keep in mind. We did cover this thing. I do believe that this has kind of died out a bit. So let's just go over the risks from top to bottom. All right, we'll start with Cristobal. We'll start with what all is happening with Cristobal. The track from the National Hurricane Center says that it will eventually head to the southeastern parts, just basically parallel down south of New Orleans. I think it'll hit around there. I've actually been saying it for the past week and a half, something like that of the sort. So definitely been, I'm pretty proud of my prediction so far. All right. Now we just got to see if it goes to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out as to whether or not I've been, accurate. Could Georgia get hit by a tropical storm? It very well, not directly. Not directly. At least not with this. Georgia typically doesn't have a lot of luck with getting hit with storms, but they potentially could be this year, although I find it kind of unlikely. But they possibly could. So Cristobal, as of right now, it is 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, or 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds, 994 millibars moving north at 12. What we can actually do here is we can actually take a look and see what the hurricane hunters are actually looking at, and they actually sent another one. They're sending another aircraft. This is out of Biloxi, I believe. So they're sending another aircraft towards Cristobal to see what all is happening in specifics. Martin, what's up? Literally now stuff across the board. It's now starting to go through a bunch of different storms. Actually, it went through the eye. The eye is relatively calm, which that's kind of concerning. Could be something around there. I do want to take a look at the wind speeds of this storm. Ooh, so the eye wall's starting to develop 37 knots, 958 millibars. 997 millibars is right around 30 knots, so it's actually not that bad. So something to keep in mind, Cristobal now might be trying to form some sort of eye wall action. Yes, Just Dante. You don't need to spam. I'm sorry, but you don't need to. Not really necessary. But anyways, it's definitely something to where we need to continue to watch Cristobal. No matter what. And what they're looking at right now with all of this across the board, it'll be pretty interesting to take a look and see what all is happening. I just deleted my... Nice. Absolutely... Cristobal. Well, nice. Well, anyways. Cristobal? It's pronounced Cristobal? That's stupid. I'm saying it however I want now. Cristobal. Cristobal. Good enough. Cristobal. Well, anyways. Yeah. The Hurricane Hunter just did its own thing, went through the eye. Eye was actually relatively calm, which is pretty interesting. What I do want to do real quick is I want to take a look at what the surface wind was. And the surface wind actually got up to almost 50 knots, which is pretty interesting. I mean, theoretically, it could go up. It could be a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm now with the latest storms forming out in front of this. You can kind of see how something starts to form right here. Yep, and then you start to get some sort of eye wall characteristic around there. Maddie Kate, what's up? So there could be something in around there. You can definitely see the outer band still ever so prevalent. So there could be something that tries to form across the board, but it'd be pretty interesting to look at. Oh boy. The storm in South Dakota still is going mental. There actually is some general rotation on it. My goodness, if something happens there, that's going to be pretty interesting. By the way, no tornado warnings right now. I called another funnel, chat. I basically called all the funnels. Anyways. No more tornado warnings around here, at least for now. There could be. Actually, what I could do is I could actually just look through all the different cells. So. Yeah, seems legit. All the stuff that's chaotic for, you know, all that. Will South Dakota get anything? You betcha. Depending upon where you live in South Dakota, there's already a cell that's going mental that might actually produce some large hail. Not joking you. It could do that. If you live north and west of Sioux Falls, you're definitely going to get impacted. If you live near Rapid City, you're probably going to get impacted. That's true. Hello. Thanks for tuning in from Romania. That's pretty cool. That is really cool. Thank you for coming out to the stream. David Hall, what's up? Should be a 60% safe performance. I would agree with the 5% across the board. Something like that. Rapid City, you definitely could be seeing stuff later in the evening. Not right now, but later. Definitely some sort of tornado risk later. But as of right now, it does seem as if it's the calm before the storm. You live in western South Dakota. Okay, so you're basically around the Rapid City area. That's fine. Good enough. Rapid City, you're probably going to see some gusty winds, and you're also in a tornado risk. So if something also forms out here, you might even see some sort of supercellular activity with large hail, gusty winds, maybe even a tornado. And as I do want to mention too, this line has been moving on through Wyoming. It'll move into Nebraska and South Dakota eventually and give you wind gusts of around 60 to 70 miles per hour. A little north of Rapid City. Okay, so yeah, you're probably still going to get something around there. And I do want to mention, this is probably the only time you'll ever hear me say this, but I'm considering this as a derecho now. It is basically, it produced, let's get this straight, chat. It produced 124 mile per hour wind gusts over here. And it's still producing really gusty winds across the board. So it is still doing things. And it is probably going to continue to do things, in my honest opinion. Update for New Orleans. As of right now, just the general forecast, stuff like that. Scattered storms. Nothing really too organized in my honest opinion. I don't really see a lot from there. But you definitely could see something across the board, maybe. But I guess we'll have to find out later as to whether or not anything will be really impacted due to the fact that if we go back actually to if we go back, show you all. Remember the gusty winds that I was talking about with the shear? Yeah, so the shear actually. Okay, imagine an armband moving this way. It's not the right color. And imagine an armband moving this way. All right. The shear is already moving winds that way, which is already creating some sort of rotation there. So around those areas, probably from the morning to the afternoon, you guys could probably see some sort of tornado risk. Will it produce 124 mile per hour winds in South Dakota? I doubt it. But you very well could see something around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Any tornadoes yet? Not on stream. Not on stream. But you could see something. Bunch of funnel cloud reports, I have to say. But you definitely could see stuff later. I'm still concerned about the cells, chat. I'm not joking, you all. It's very, very interesting. Oh, crap. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made, chat. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it. We're slowly getting there, chat. Illinois is in the path. I doubt that Illinois is in the path, per se. I mean, they are of Cristobal, but it's not really that... Not really exactly in the path, per se. And I'll tell you why, alright? If we go into the actual shear... This is the GFS, by the way. GFS is pretty good. It has been really, really good at actually predicting tracks of tropical systems. So it's pretty good with winds and stuff like that in general. But you can kind of see this boundary kind of just stalls here, moves on through, and then it kind of merges with the general area of low pressure with Cristobal, which there could be some sort of tornado risk out near St. Louis on Monday evening, which is kind of interesting. So, something to keep in mind throughout there. Check South Dakota, so we'll do that in a couple seconds. But yeah, it's just going to continue to move on through. And then this is what I meant by the actual severe weather. You could see something in Arkansas, maybe even Oklahoma, maybe something of the sort. You could see something, some sort of severe risk in and about those areas. I do want to take a look. Yeah, cells. There's actually another cell that forms down here. My goodness, so rapid fire cells across the board. Yeah, it's starting to try and do something. A lot of capping inversion around here. Actually, I do want to see. What is the capping inversion around that area? Not a lot. Not a lot right here, which is the reason why it's already forming. That's kind of concerning, and there could be something around, down and around here. There could be something. No one lives near the cell that I'm worried about. Well, then tell them to take their precautions. Oh, apparently there was a tornado that was spotted while we were on stream. A quick touchdown. So that's typically what we would do. Any donations yet? Negative, but I do not anticipate donations, nor do I encourage them. Unless if it's the LLLLLL thing, because that's funny. Is it going mental? In my honest opinion, this thing is going mental. It also has rotation already. I just want to tell you that. It's already producing... It already has a comma head. It already has a comma head. Look at it, chat. Bathe in its glory at the fact that this thing might actually turn tornadic. Weather is amazing, I have to say. Either that or, by the way, if you know anyone who would think that this would be interesting, share the video or share the stream with them. You know, I love to engage with you all. I love to talk to you guys about all the stuff that's happening. But this thing continues to go mental, as I have mentioned. And it's still doing things. So, it's kind of crazy as to how this all is kind of moving on through. There actually is some cells that are forming out over there. What's happening here? What is that? Bunch of cells near Minneapolis. Seems legit. It's gonna possibly make one? Possibly. Possibly. I will guarantee you right now, I'm the only weather streamer who's talking about this thing, mainly because everyone is so focused about Cristobal. They're like, oh, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff happening around there. There is, but we cover everything, chat. We make sure that we get the entire cup of tea. And here we are. This thing has already got some sort of rotation. The green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. This is looking up 2,700 feet up in the sky. So across the board, there is something interesting happening here. And there might even be something that's trying to form down here. Might. Keyword might. It's trying. As I mentioned before, derecho in progress. I'm considering this as a derecho. This is one of two derechos that I have kind of accepted this entire year. So across the board, be pretty interesting. But something to where people need to continue to monitor that. Still, this cell is already just doing its own thing. And it's doing dents. It's already got hail up to an inch. It's already doing stuff. Let's actually take a 3D of this. I do want to see if it's already got an inflow notch. Hill City, South Dakota. Where is Hill City, South Dakota? Hold up. I'll actually look that up in a bit. Okay, it's got an inflow notch. It's got two inflow notches. It's trying to organize itself, but it's kind of like blowing up at the same time. So there could be something in around there. Could be something. Let's see. Hill City. We'll get that for you. That storm is going to go tornado warning. You're calling it right now? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. It's already just blowing up. Alright, Hill City, South Dakota is near Rapid City. They're going to get gusty winds. Hill City's going to get gusty winds. Maybe a cell that forms out in front of it. But other than that, nothing really too interesting. This is starting to get pretty interesting, chat, I must say. I'll take the capping inversion off of this just to see if I can find any cells. Nothing really too much right now. Rapid City, it just seems as if the line will be the main threat. There's a lot of capping inversion out in front of this. So the cell out near South Dakota, that's going to be something that people need to continue to monitor. So what we will do, we will take a look at the localized satellite imagery for that cell. You can already take a look and see stuff's already trying to form across the board. So, we're just going to continue to leave this one right here. And we'll continue to talk about just a bunch of other stuff. So yeah. Pretty interesting with this cell. Anything up with the storm in New Mexico? Is there a storm in New Mexico? Yeah, there is. What in the world? Here, let's use radar scope for that. New Mexico seems to be pretty elevated, in my honest opinion. Seems to be pretty elevated. Nah, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation, but in my honest opinion, I think it's just more of a hail threat. So, is this Florida? No, however, this right here is Florida. Florida across the board is getting some popcorn cells, and as I've mentioned before, it is very difficult to predict them. Very difficult. So, you still can get stuff along the line here, but it's very difficult to say specifically what specific cells will produce, mainly due to the fact that all of them could do it. This could do it, this could do it, this could do it, this could do it. All these cells across the board could potentially produce tornadoes, which is the reason why it's very unpredictable. However, it does seem as if right now, the Interstate 40, or the Interstate 4 corridor between Tampa and Orlando is in the clear as of right now. That will eventually change when the next line surges through, probably later tonight. So something to keep in mind, could be some sort of tornadic development later in the evening for those cells. But there's already a meso on this thing. Look at that, chat. That right there in itself is crazy. I mean, my goodness. This is having a whale of a time. Will the mountains in Rapid City affect the storm depending upon the direction of the winds? But other than that, it's doing its own thing. I wonder if there is a mesoscale discussion on this. There's one for the Mid-Atlantic. Is there a severe thunderstorm watch? No, there isn't. There should totally, as I mentioned, there should be a tornado watch down here, but there isn't. There also probably should be a tornado watch in Nebraska and South Dakota. Actually, probably up here. Probably would be a better idea if they did that. So, something to keep in mind. Stuff across the board is starting to kind of ramp up. Let's take a look at what the latest stuff from the Hurricane Hunter said. We can actually see the different soundings. So, drop sounding for the eye at the surface, 994 millibars. That's pretty interesting. Tell me which states should be worried. Well, a bunch of them. I'm going to be completely honest. A bunch of them should be worried right now. All right? I'll tell you this much. For Cristobal, it should be Florida, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Alabama, not as much. But Florida, Louisiana especially, and Mississippi. The reason being is because if we actually take a look at the rainfall, according to the National Hurricane Center, you can see 6 to 10 inches around that area. And you could also see storm surge from 3 to 5 feet around that area, which I kind of anticipated due to the fact that the armbands are literally swirling in, and it's going to like hit right near, in between the mouth of the Mississippi and Morgan City. So around those areas should probably continue to monitor this. And even later in the week, an unforeseen risk is the Mississippi kind of goes on forever. So Cristobal goes along the Mississippi and kind of parallels it, creating more rain for the Mississippi, which could create more flooding risks further down the line. So something to keep in mind, that this could continue to ramp up a bit. Could very well do so. So something to keep in mind, that the flash flooding and storm surge is going to be a risk for Cristobal. When it comes to severe weather, here's the thing. For the next couple of days, the Northern Plains will be it. South Dakota, ground zero. Telling you that right now. South Dakota, guaranteed ground zero for today and tomorrow. Mississippi, well, not Mississippi, Minnesota and North Dakota will start to get stuff tomorrow. But as of right now, South Dakota is kind of ground zero. And you can already see that in the satellite. I'll actually do a larger satellite scan. You can see this giant load that's forming this giant boundary. So it's moving on through, which, by the way, this giant boundary, I'm already admitting it's a derecho. It caused 124 mile per hour wind gusts in Utah. 124. I don't think you guys understand how fast 124 mile per hour winds are. It's crazy. So that'll continue to move on through. Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota. You guys will be impacted. The discrete cells, however, try South Dakota and southwestern Minnesota. Definitely something that people around there need to continue to monitor. Could still be something that tries to form in around there. People are already saying rotation in the South Dakota storm. Yeah, there is. There already is. I told you guys, if something forms out in front of the line and it sustains, you can guarantee that this thing is going to go on for quite some time. And it's just doing its own thing. Do I need to tell your friend in the path of the cell you're worried about to take shelter? Depends upon where they are specifically. Alright? If they're actually directly in the path of this thing, then yes. If it's like near Madison, along United States 81, along I-29, you definitely should, monitor this as it continues to move on through. But still something to where people need to continue to monitor. This thing could potentially move on through. Do some damage, maybe. Maybe. You know, I hate to say that right now, but it definitely could. It's just, it's gotta get the risks up for it. Actually, as a matter of fact, what I could do is I could do my place file right now, be able to actually see the live satellite and wrap analysis for what is happening. So they're already saying 85% chance for wins already. So that's severe capabilities across the board. What's the inflow notch looking like in South Dakota? Here it is right here. I'll do actually a 3D of it really soon, but let's see. There's a lot of capping. 261 joules per kilogram. Still a lot of cape there. So something could form, but there's absolutely mental levels of cap. I'd say tell them to take their precautions. This thing is still trying to do stuff across the board. So I would still monitor this if I were her. But let's take a 3D of this. Let's take a 3D of this cell, see what all we can see with the inflow notch. Oh my goodness, I'm going to cry if this thing does not allow me to see the inflow notch. There it is. Inflow notch time. You can see the characteristics that I look for. This kind of arch feature, even back here, really nice arch here, where the unimpeded inflow could actually go into the storm. And you can actually see the downdraft actually goes to 50,000 feet. I'll actually mark this in yellow. Look at this. 50,000 feet literally goes all the way up and about. Rotation, let's see if it spans through. Yep, there's definitely some sort of rotation here. I can tell you that. Definitely some sort of rotation. You can see the blues and maybe even greens later. Actually, I'll go to the ISO surface. You can see blues span up to about 30,000 feet. So definitely some sort of general rotation here to where something could definitely form. Let's actually see if there's any higher values. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Definitely could be something there. Still some strong rotation around those areas. So who knows? There might actually be something a bit more meets the eye. So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. Here, I'll take the probability thing off real quick, just to see what all we can do here. All right. Yeah, it's just this cell across the board is forming. We'll continue to monitor that, chat, as that continues to move on through. But definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor it. I want to take a look at this sounding real quick. And what we're taking a look at is this is what the National Hurricane Centers, they're hurricane hunters. They're actually dropping instruments, not musical instruments. They're dropping literal instruments of science and stuff like that. Machines that measure temperature, wind speed, humidity, stuff like that, and the pressure. So across the board, you can see some of the thunderstorms are not really producing, tropical storm risks, but it's not really supposed to do that right now. So I guess we'll take a look at that in a bit. I do want to take a look. The hurricane hunters are still sending out their other aircraft. They're kind of making its way over. It'll eventually get over there, so I guess we'll find out. But still, something to where people need to continue to monitor that. I decided to put down a tornado cell would be it. Oh yeah. For when people were asking for where's the severe weather, if that thing were to sustain itself, it definitely could produce a tornado. I will tell you that. But as of right now, a lot of gusty winds on the storm. Might be something that tries to form as a gusty wind threat with an embedded supercell, as I mentioned. So who knows? Might be something. Definitely looks like it's still trying to fight. My goodness, reinitiation on the thunderstorm could definitely continue to sustain this thing. Definitely has an updraft. No question about it whatsoever. Actually, let's take a storm motion from warning and take storm relative velocities. There actually is some general rotation. You can kind of see, just This is more of a gust front right here, so the greens are moving towards, obviously reds are moving away. But you could see something here where the greens could try and overlap, reds moving away, something of the sort. So we could be seeing something. We could be seeing something soon. But definitely one of those things to where we need to continue to monitor this. Let's take a look at Florida real quick, just to see. As I mentioned, flooding risk across the board in Florida. You definitely could see something around there. There's actually could be a cell that could actually go tornado warned. Hold up, let's take a look at this. I do want to quickly note this storm real quick. I do want to take a look. Yeah, this thing could go tornado warned real quickly. This is north of Orlando. This definitely could go tornado warned. Oh, somebody retracted their message. I was going to answer, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, it just looks... It looks interesting on presentation. You got some sort of greens moving towards. You got the oranges and reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. When do you think the storms in the Dakotas will fire up and get bad? Will this answer your question? Will a storm with around 56,000 feet up in the sky do anything? My goodness. 68 in the chat and 68 likes. Yeah, I know, right? It's looking nice. No, thank you, B8614. Thank you for this. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, definitely a cell that's already starting to try and churn. You can definitely see the classic supercell to where you could have an embedded rotation here along the line. I mean, that is really interesting. One thing I do want to mention real quick, actually. As I said before, hurricane hunters are still sending aircraft into Cristobal. So we'll get to that when stuff continuously ramps up. However, when, with the actual... satellite imagery from these storms across the board, we can see that there could be some attempts of some cells trying to develop. There might even be something that's trying to develop near Nebraska, but as of right now, it does seem as if the main risks are over here in South Dakota, and as well as the QLCS derecho that's kind of pushing on through. That I've already mentioned is probably going to be called as a derecho. So, wouldn't be surprised. But still something to where people need to continue to monitor that. There actually is a cell that formed in Montana. What? What is this? Not to get off topic, chat, but this thing caught my eye too. What in the world is happening here? Just some scattered popcorn convection, so that's nice. That's nice. My wolf counter is up to 820. I remember way back in the day where I was like, hey, that's never going to get up to above 500. Mike reacts to music. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this thing will definitely continue to try and churn on through. A lot of gusty winds here. Gotta say, I wouldn't be surprised if something attempts to try and... form some sort of straight line wind threat. Wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. But we'll see as it continues to move on through. Say it has to be a certain length. Yeah, it was a certain length. It surpassed my certain length. It's literally the same size as the frickin' the one on April 8th. This is the weather YouTuber. I sure am a weather YouTuber. I do not represent other weather YouTubers. I tend to conversate a bit more, and I also tend to give, my piece on all this stuff. Is the line below the storm going to help it or hurt it? Depends. Honestly, it will probably be neither. It'll probably just kind of do its own thing. This will be its own embedded supercell within the line. So you could see some other cells that actually could form, you know, that could have tornadic rotation across the board. But, you know, really interesting to say the least. Okay, let's see if Cristobal, if there's actually the, let's see if they actually now have some more stuff on Cristobal. So, I still see that there is some decently gusty winds. I'm really curious. Really curious as to those thunderstorms that were popping up. Discord is in the process of dying? What do you mean? I'm very confused. Well, anyways. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Very interesting to say the least. I do want to take a look at the infrared, and I'm going to take a look at the 2 kilometer, see what all is happening. This is what I'm interested about, chat. These thunderstorms, I wonder if it will get closer to the center of low pressure and allow it to intensify further. If it does, you could possibly see a 60 to 65 mile per hour sustained wind tropical storm. You could. Very well could. But it honestly depends upon what all happens with those storms. As I mentioned, shear continuously becomes a thing due to the fact that the armband brings a lot of moisture along with it, but the shear is kind of just pushing it away. So there's not really any other moisture that's being dragged into Cristobal other than the thunderstorms that are firing up around the area of low pressure. So it's something to keep in mind that as that continues to move on through, people need to continue to monitor that. I'll take a look at the mimic imagery just to see what the thunderstorms are continuing to do. You can see the outer band that I was talking about, kind of attempting to swirl, but a lot of thunderstorms that kind of don't really develop. And then you can also kind of see that the thunderstorms that I was talking about start to form off to the north, and something starts to kind of, you know, do its own little thing, maybe start to form some sort of eye wall as that continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind, across the board in Florida, still could be some sort of tornadic risk right here near Heathrow, kind of paralleling I-4. So something to keep in mind if you live around there. But obviously nothing up to the National Weather Service's standards. So they wouldn't issue a tornado warning until maybe a little bit later. So something to keep in mind. As for the other storm, not severe warned anymore. However, that does not mean that it won't. It will probably do so. It will probably even... Why are storm relative velocities up to 117? Why? Could somebody explain to me? 1010 Trend, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. And if you are new, and if you do enjoy this content, I do tend to answer questions and stuff like that with the chat, give personal forecasts, stuff like that. You see, there it is. If you also want that to happen, you know, you could also subscribe too. Just make sure you make your subscriptions public, and then it'll give you this special noise and stuff like that. But 1010 Trend, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, just really gusty winds across the board, and it's pretty interesting, I have to say. I wonder if they're going to turn this into a severe. I wonder. This could very well be a downburst, too. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a microburst. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised one bit. Not going to lie. This is definitely a gust front and a half, I have to say. Definitely a gust front and a half. Across the board, a lot of hail, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. If something forms off of that, it has to battle all the capping inversion. It does seem as if it's lost a bit of its juice, so I wonder if it will continue to sustain. But who knows? Who knows? Thought there would be more storms instead of one in the Dakotas right now. The issue is is that if we go back to the satellite imagery, all right? If we go back to the satellite imagery, and I'll show you all what all is happening. Yeah, we'll go here. We'll go here. Cap inversion. Show you all that there is a lot of cap inversion. Actually, above 100, a negative 100 CIN. CINH, I should say. Which is cap inversion. Anything that's above 80 is not really good for a thunderstorm to continue to sustain. So, it doesn't seem as if... You can kind of see how this storm actually, it tries to initiate and then it dies out due to the fact that there's so much capping inversion. Literally, this entire area has some warm pooling in like 700 or 850 millibars, something like that. So there is something across the board to where it's trying to limit this supercell from doing anything, but I guess we'll have to see. There isn't really a lot of cape out in front of this either. It doesn't seem as if there is. So something to keep in mind, but it does seem as if there isn't really a lot that's going to be happening with this cell. Just something that decides to form. I believe advection, though, does have something to do with it. It is advecting all of the moisture into the storm. So something could potentially try to continue to form and around there. But who knows? We'll have to see as it continues to move on through. Let's take a look and see if the hurricane hunters are doing anything. Don't see really too much. The hurricane hunters are trying to get something on the southeastern quadrant, so I guess we'll have to see. It may be trying to curl and go directly into the actual... go from east to west, which actually is not a bad idea. But I guess we'll have to find out. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of capping inversion across the board. There could be something that ends up forming here. I'm not going to lie. There could be something that ends up forming in Nebraska. And if that happens, then I won't be surprised. I'm telling you all right now. Here, we'll actually take a look for ourselves. You can see a lot of moisture here. A lot of energy from Cape. Not a lot of capping inversion around here, so something could potentially form. Something could. We'll have to see, but something could form in around there. And then we could also see something that forms towards the central parts of Nebraska too. Maybe even something around here. There's actually even some thunderstorms that look to try and develop. We could see some sort of initiation there. We could. Potentially. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But we'll have to see. We will definitely have to see. New severe thunderstorm warning for this is moving east at 25 with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized tail. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, just real gusty winds. It could even be something that tries to form off of this little gust front. I wouldn't be I really won't. I won't be surprised if that actually happens. Gust front might be a microburst. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this might be a microburst. Because it looks like it is. If we play the past few tracks, you can see how it kind of just like explodes. But it could also be a gust front. It could be a legit gust front that creates gusty winds across the board. So, you know, there's that too. See you, Tyler. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. I mean, just stuff across the board would be pretty interesting to look at. But my goodness. I mean, that is indeed having a whale of a time, I must say. Okay, this thing's starting to curl again, so it's now going to go for the eye again. Maybe the eye wall. It may actually try and do another drop sounding. So, it'll be pretty interesting. Yeah, this thing up here is looking really intense, too. Alright, well, let's start to go into the risks again for the people who are new and stuff like that. So let's go into Cristobal. and what all is happening now. So, Cristobal, as of the 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time advisory. 50-mile-per-hour winds sustained, 994 millibar pressure, and it is moving north at 12 miles per hour. The next advisory will be in 45 minutes, so I'll continue to be right here, but it's still, definitely doing stuff across the board to where people need to continue to monitor that. If we take a look at the impacts, rain across the board, especially in New Orleans. New Orleans is definitely going to get the brute force of all of this, as you guys have probably heard from prior. So definitely one of those things to where if you live around those areas, around New Orleans, maybe even Biloxi, or if you know anyone who lives around those areas, feel free to either tell them to go ahead, take their hurricane precautions, or send them my way if they want a visual aid, something like that. And then, as I mentioned too, also, storm surge. Typically a thing that, most storms will have. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Even from the mouth of the Mississippi to Ocean Springs, near Biloxi and stuff like that. Maybe even to Lake Pontchartrain. You could see storm surge upwards of 3 to 5 feet. Maybe even, a foot in some spots around Pontchartrain. So something to keep in mind to where people could definitely see something in and around those areas across the board. So yeah, really something to keep in mind. Storm surge will definitely be an issue no matter where you are. Even in New Orleans. New Orleans has deals with flooding relatively poorly. So something to keep in mind if you're in the metro area around there. You're going to get a lot of rain already. As I mentioned, you could see rain 6 to 10 inches and around that area. It says 6 to 4. It seems legit. Well, we'll change that. We shall. We shall indeed change that. Live across the lake. About 5 blocks from the lake, New Orleans. Yeah, so you definitely could see something around there. Some sort of gusty winds, maybe some sort of storm surge. 6 to 10 inches of rain around your area, as well as maybe a foot to 3 to maybe even 5 feet in some spots. I doubt it will go up that high, probably up to 3, maybe 4 feet. But definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. As for, actually, you know what? Let's go into the specifics as when it comes to the timing. We'll go into, let's go into tropical tidbits. We'll actually time this out with the GFS. So it does seem as if around 8 in the morning, the eye wall will actually be impacting the southeastern portions of Louisiana. That's where I will probably pick up the stream. If not, I will stream all night. I probably won't stream all night. I will actually go to bed probably early just so I can get up relatively early in the morning, stuff like that. Do all sorts of stuff to where I can stream this. Basically one of those things where I want to continue to monitor this event as that continues to move on through. But it does seem as if the GFS has now trended to where it isn't going to be as strong as everyone has said. There was at some points to where they thought it was going to get down to 991 millibars. Instead, the GFS has said the latter and said that it will go up to around 994 to 95 millibars. So definitely not as strong as people were saying that it once was, but it definitely could as it continues to move on through. Yeah, I changed my title after a little bit. Rip spelling, yeah, I know. I changed the title, so it should be fine, and then I'll change the other one too. The other one I'm assuming it was kind of bad too. I am assuming, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that eventually. It could be better, could be worse. It's weird though. We lost power, but we haven't seen rain. But 5 miles east, Slidell got hammered with rain. It rains the front yard, sun shines in the backyard. That seems legit. Weather is always strange, isn't it? It's always strange. Let's see. We'll get that going, and then we will edit this title. Turn this to 6. Boom. So, as I mentioned during the morning, going to be a really interesting tornado risk. You could potentially see something around New Orleans. Definitely some sort of rapid fire tornado warning across the board. And then you could see something along Biloxi. Maybe even Mobile. Mobile might even get into that action. Maybe a little bit. But then that's when the rain starts to congeal. You can actually see how there's this kind of outer wall, if you will. Not really an eye wall per se, but it could be something in and around that area to where something could continue to try and form. Be pretty interesting to say the least. But something to continue to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Your friend says it's hailing. Well, that's not good, especially since this thing is continuing to try and do things. Oh my gosh. What happened to this? Did another cell form? Hold up. Give me a second, chat. Allow me to try and dissect as to what all is happening here. Okay, it basically just resustained itself. So it's continuing to go mental. But it's just losing its mind. Nothing really too organized right now. Actually, there's been reports of trees down. So honestly, the theory of it being a microburst might continue to actually hold true. It might actually do that. So it would be pretty interesting. Most unpredictable force we have. She could be sweet. Dime deadly. Seems legit. I mean, that's honestly the truth. Honestly, the truth. Across the board, it's just bleh. So it'd be pretty interesting to say the least. TVS and Cell, Northern Orlando, Florida. Luckily, I already have our radar set up for there. I already know. I already know. Stuff's happening. There's actually a cell that could be doing stuff in and around that area too. You're from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Is it supposed to hit hard there? For Baton Rouge, particularly, it's not going to get hit as hard as New Orleans. But you still could see some rain. You could still see a plethora of rain. 2 to 4 inches, depending upon how close you are, actually. Say if you're a bit further east than that, you could see higher rainfall amounts. But 2 to 4 inches around your area, not really as much. You could see some flooding later in the evening, or later in the week, though, due to the fact that Cristobal actually kind of parallels the Mississippi. So it'd be pretty interesting to say the least. But definitely one of those things where you guys are want to continue to monitor this. Craig, what's up? Welcome back. Those cloud tops. Yeah, I know. TVS stands for Tornado Vortex Signature. And whenever I say TDS, I say Tornado Debris Signature. So TVS stands for, as I said, Tornado Vortex Signature. It basically is to where if you have the classic rotation, you could find something around here. So like say this was where a giant hook was, all right? You had the greens moving towards the reds moving away. You know, say you had something like that. Now, obviously this isn't true, but just say for argument's sake that there was something there, all right? That would be a tornado vortex signature. Tornado debris signature would be if there was a blue circle area around here to where there would be some sort of debris, but it would be right under the rotation and that blue wasn't, so there's that. Or Winch, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And if you are new to the stream, and you're new to my channel, do feel free to go ahead, leave a like, subscribe, stuff like that. Share the video to other people who might think this is entertaining. I do try to engage with my audience as best as possible and try to be more or less reliable. I also try and stay consistent as to when I stream because I try to at least stream when I feel like stuff will impact people's life and property and stuff like that. Yeah, by the way, hello, Landon. Hello. There's been reports of 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so this isn't a joke, guys. This is actually some gusty winds that could potentially impact people's life and property. There's already been reports of trees down with this, too, so people need to continue to monitor that as well. Hail across the board, definitely one of those things where, you know, there was a risk for hail. Which, speaking of which, we didn't really talk about the severe weather in general. We might as well now. This down here, this marginal and slight, is mainly due to Cristobal. The reason why it's so large is due to the fact that the tornado risk is there. There's 2% and then a 5% actually from Fort Myers all the way up into like Tampa and stuff like that. Clearwater, not really all the way over to Orlando. However, I do feel like that should be expanded a bit due to the fact that the wind shear has actually kind of pushed the storms a bit further to the east. So something that you guys should probably, you know, think about if you live in Florida or if you know anyone in Florida. You definitely should tell them that there could be something in around there. You could see some sort of impacts across the board there. Now, when it comes to wind, 5% chance for winds there. I will say, Florida, the Panhandle, you're probably going to see another round in a couple of hours. You're probably going to see another round of storms kind of surge through. Maybe not actually a couple hours. Probably, I'd say, 3 to 4 hours. You could see another round of storms that kind of just plow on through. So, something to keep in mind. You know, you could still see some stuff. You're not fully out of the risk. However, the wind risk in the northern plains, kind of a different story. 30% chance already. It's the giant red blob. That tells you that you'll have a 30% chance of winds greater than 58 miles per hour. And then the transparent black line looking thing with circles come in.
Hey, Dad said...
Yes, I heard dinner's ready. And if you say that I have to come down immediately, you're lying because I heard.
Whatever.
He loves to do that, so I just decided to put it down immediately. Anyways. Brayden, what's up? So, and then as I mentioned, the transparent black circle with the black lines and stuff like that, that tells you a 10% chance or greater of winds over 74 miles per hour. By the way, see you, Becca. Thank you for coming out. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow morning if you're on, but, you know, definitely something to keep in mind. And then hail risk. Hail risk, 30% chance. You could see hail over an inch. And then the transparent, the hatch risk that we would typically talk about, tells you that there could be hail in upwards of 2 inches. Something to keep in mind there. And then, as I mentioned, widespread 5% chance for tornadoes. That'll be later tonight. I don't think the other weather YouTubers who left, definitely, so where people could continue to monitor that. Go eat? I could just get pizza, honestly. I believe it's pizza. I could just go down, come back up, grab my piece of pizza, continue to talk about this. I think it's just that. I'm gonna be completely honest. But, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Tomorrow morning. Yeah, that's when Cristobal will be impacting the coast. And honestly, I do also want to, like, hold up. Let's see. What we will do is we will do kind of like this. Editor display, mini feed, scene selector, source select, audio mixer. Stream preview. There it is. Boom. Okay. So theoretically, we might have something on here. It's doing its own little thing. We might actually have to change that, but, you know, it'll be fine. Can you show us the updated check on the storm? Which storm, I must say. If it's Cristobal, then it hasn't updated yet per se, but here is the track for Cristobal. And then for the cell in South Dakota, let's take storm motion. Not what I wanted. Storm track could be impacting the Chester area, around State Route 19 area, around those areas. You could see something 5-10 minutes from now. So gusty winds across the board, but nothing really too big. Definitely could see some hail though. You definitely could see some hail in upwards of an inch. So guess we'll have to see. Who knows? You guys really want me to eat pizza? Jeez, fine. I'll go downstairs and I'll get whatever the dinner is, and then I'll come back upstairs. Boom. I'll be back in 2 seconds. What's going on with the tropical storm? Actually, real quick, I will talk about that real quick. As I mentioned, still doing its own thing. There's 2 hurricane hunters, 2 hurricane hunting aircraft that's going on through. So something to keep in mind that we're going to continue to look at this. They're actually, hold up. Wait a minute. They saw some winds over 50 knots, chat. That's really interesting. So now I'm starting to get a bit concerned. Now I'm starting to think that yeah, this could turn into a 60-mile-per-hour storm. A 60-mile-per-hour sustained tropical storm. Very well could do so. Very interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center will see in 37 minutes. So we'll take a look at that. We'll continue to stream all the way through. But that's really interesting. Not a Category 1 yet. Still a tropical storm. It would have to go up to 75-mile-per-hour winds. But Orlando tornado warning. There is another tornado warning in Orlando. Did I not mention before that Orlando could be impacted again? All right, well, let's continue to move on through. I did say before that this could be tornado warning too, but anyways, tornado warning for Orange and Seminole County in Florida. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Just by taking a look at the reflectivity, you can see the classic hook signature, the little comma head that you would typically see on typical storms. You can see the velocities here. Grays moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle near Edgewood is where the actual rotation would be. This will be heading off into the Orlando vicinity. So if you live in downtown Orlando, even in any of the suburbs on the southern or the eastern side, or even the downtown metropolitan area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go and take a look at the timing. This will be impacting the State Route 408 area in about 10 minutes. So people, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. For anyone who knows geography around that area, State Route 408 in 10 minutes. Followed by State Route 50 in about 15 minutes. So around those areas, you guys need to continue to take your precautions. By taking a look at the correlation coefficient, that's kind of concerning. Chat, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm so conflicted right now. I really am conflicted. I think it could possibly... Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely on the ground. This is definitely a tornado on the ground. People in Orlando need to go ahead and take their precautions. And the reason why I say that is because there is a massive correlation coefficient. This is a massive correlation coefficient drop that would indicate a tornado debris signature. I would not be surprised if this thing is on the ground right now, and I do believe that this is indeed on the ground. So, if you know anyone who lives in Orlando, who lives near Orlando, tell them, or if you live in Orlando, tell them to go ahead, take their precautions, get underground now, or get to the lowest innermost part of your building. Definitely a serious situation to where people need to continue to monitor this. If they need a visual aid, send them to me. This has a debris ball on this storm. So something to keep in mind this cell might just be on the ground. And I believe it is. I believe it most certainly is. I said earlier, Orlando could possibly be impacted later on. Here we are. So if you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, do not hesitate to tell them that this could quite possibly be on the ground. I believe it was. I believe it was for a period of time. And if we even take a look at the spectrum width would even support my theory. You can see how it goes into some of the velocities. The spectrum width actually measures winds moving down into a storm towards the surface. More of it. Yeah, there it is, chat. There it is. Got confirmed before I even said anything. Well, got confirmed after I said the thing. So as I mentioned before, this is a tornado that has been on the ground, confirmed by the radar. I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing stuff on Twitter afterwards. We might actually have to look at that afterwards. But you can see, as I mentioned before, with the spectrum width, measures the turbulence and the winds moving down towards the surface. So typically when tornadoes kind of just spin around, move down towards the surface of the storm, it can kind of create these higher spectrum width values. So 24 knots moving down towards the storm, definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that. Definitely did produce a tornado and had a nice debris signature in and around that area. So as I mentioned, if you live near Orlando, you live near the metropolitan area, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. This is most certainly moved through some residential areas. So something to keep in mind. And this is moving relatively slow. I do want to mention that it is moving north at 20. So something to where people need to continue to take your precautions. If you live in Orlando, or if you live around Orlando, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. I would say go ahead and get to your safe space if you aren't in there already. State Route 408, you're now about to be impacted. You guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. I do want to actually, real quick, I do want to take a look. And this might get pretty interesting. Is it PDS? Negative. I do not, it does not say PDS. It probably will be if it continues to sustain itself. I'm going to take a cross section to see how high the debris has actually been lofted up into the actual storm. I don't actually see anything right now. Within the next few scans, we will actually see as to if there is actually a debris signature in and around that areas. But be pretty interesting to say the least. Yeah, there's still definitely something there. I would not be surprised if something actually forms there. The beam height is literally 400 feet up in the sky. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is still on the ground. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. So people need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move into the heart of Orlando. This is literally moving towards the major metropolitan area of Orlando. So people need to go ahead, continue to go ahead and take your proper precautions as this continues to move on through to the north at 20 miles per hour. There it is. There it is, chat. There's the tornado right there, chat. You can definitely see the tornado right there. My goodness, that is absolutely a classic spin up along the edges of the actual armbands of a tropical system. So, I mean, it is absolutely churning its way through, and it will continue to move on through. The debris signature, I will say, has lessened a bit, which is making me lead to believe that it isn't as much as strong as it once was, and the velocities are saying that as well. But one thing to continue to mention, that it is still over a major metropolitan area. So people around Orlando, I've mentioned before, State Route 50 as well as State Route 408. Now I'm saying United States 17 as well as Interstate 4. If you live along those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. This has had a history of producing tornadoes across the board. So you need to go ahead and continue to take your proper precautions. as that continues to move off to the north. I want to go ahead and take a look and see if we can actually get something. Tornado Orlando. Yeah, debris signature. Universal Studios. Yeah, there definitely was something around there. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal as to what we are seeing here. What I am using right now is I am using GR2 Analyst. You can purchase it for $250, or you can take a free trial and just use it for 21 days without entering any sort of credit card information whatsoever. So I'm using GR2 Analyst. I also have Radar Scope right here, trusty Radar Scope. You can buy that as an app as well. But still something to keep in mind. Definitely a situation where no one wants to be in, especially around Orlando. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through to the north. If I take a look, actually there still seems to be... oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm getting reports of this still not only being on the ground, but it is also possibly multi-vortex. My goodness, this is definitely starting to churn. Definitely, I'm seeing debris on some pictures. This is definitely starting to get really interesting. The derecho in Wyoming made it. Will it make it to Minnesota? Probably will, but my goodness, this is absolutely. This is starting to get really concerning, chat. It isn't as large as you would think it would be. Probably about, in my honest estimation, it might be around. I'd say perhaps it'd be around 100 feet wide. 100 feet wide diameter. It was at one point larger. I will confirm that. But it does seem to be around 100 feet wide, and it is indeed continuously churning. As a matter of fact, actually, I can bring up another picture for you all here. Here it is, and you can definitely see the different vortices, 1 and 2, just kind of churning up with the different horizontal columns just spewing into the actual storm. So something to keep in mind across the board, that this will be really interesting to look at as this continues to move on through. But as I've mentioned, that if you live along US Route 17 and Interstate 4, you need to continue to go ahead and take your precautions. It has a history of producing a tornado, and it has a history of continuously producing damage. So people need to continue to monitor this. Area had a tornado warning, got scared. Prior to me, if that happened to you. Nope, not for me, but I'm here for that reason, to inform you all of whenever that stuff does happen. Friend cousin sees it on the ground right now. Well, tell them to get their safe space if they're in the direction of it. If they're in the path of it, you're definitely going to want to take your proper precautions. So definitely one of those things. People need to continue to monitor this. Definitely a situation where no one wants to be in. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. K Purdy, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Please don't tell me it's a tornado. Oh, this storm right here that we're looking at that went through Orlando definitely was a tornado. May continuously be a tornado. Actually, we might have some live footage of what all might be happening with these storms, or what used to be happening. I don't see anything tornadic as of right now. Debris being lofted at least 12,000 feet on radar scope. Okay, well then it does seem as if we will be able to see what the debris is. So let's actually go ahead and take a look with our cross section to see how high the debris has actually been lofted into the sky. So let's take a look and see the correlation coefficient. Shows debris. Oh boy. Yep, that is definitely being lofted, if I do say so myself. Let's actually take a look at that. Get our debris scan here. We'll be able to see how high this thing has been lifted. And my goodness, debris has actually been lifted to about 18,000 feet up in the sky. So this thing definitely was intense, definitely powerful across the board. So something to keep in mind. Orlando definitely did indeed take a direct impact from this storm. Yeah, I definitely hope people in Orlando, I definitely hope that they took their proper precautions, because this definitely was a very serious situation to where people could definitely have been impacted by this. Yeah, I mean, my goodness. Sheesh. That is crazy, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. Woof. I'm just trying to get a good image here. There it is. That's a good one right there. There might be a tornado in the cell just north of the storm. There might be. I'm gonna save this image real quick and then probably post it on Twitter later, something like that, just to inform people of how powerful this thing indeed was. But my goodness, you'll play Roblox seems legit. Thank you, Chloe Rollins, for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. But definitely a situation where Orlando definitely did indeed take a direct hit from this. Would not be surprised whatsoever if that was the case. Real quickly, I'm going to take a look at these cells. It looks like nothing really has happened, just some gusty winds. So that's good news. Still going to take a look at this. Do a 3D. Indeed, I shall do a 3D. I shall do a 3D. Has a little bit of an inflow notch. It could be better. It could be worse. Actually, I'll take a 3D right here from Orlando. Take a look and see. Let's see how high the rotation actually spans up. The rotation actually spans up to about, I'd say 22,000 feet up in the sky. It'd be pretty interesting, to say the least. But it'd be, it's moderate rotation, except for, if you're talking about, these popcorn cells that I've been talking about this entire stream, and even the one that I had to end earlier in the day. So definitely one of those things where beyond the stretch of the imagination, this thing definitely was a powerful little storm, if I do say so myself. Spectrum width showed that there actually was some forcing that moved down in and around the storm. So it's something to keep in mind. Actually, you know what? You know what I will do? I will do this. I will do isosurface and spectrum width. I am curious to see. Oh yeah, definitely some sort of forcing. Definitely some sort of forcing in and around that area. There definitely was some sort of tornadic rotation. And there definitely, it was, oh yeah, that was definitely powerful. So that's, for a small storm like that from an outer band of a tropical system, this definitely was one of the stronger ones that I've seen since probably Dorian, from the outer bands that hit across North Carolina. So definitely something to keep in mind from there. That this thing definitely had some intense rotation that actually spanned up to almost 20,000 feet up in the sky. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Spectrum width, as I've mentioned, measures turbulence or measures winds moving down towards the surface, and you can definitely see that classic feature there. I do want to see if I can actually see the tornado on reflectivity. If I can, that would be nice. If I can't, it is what it is. Obviously, I don't want to see a tornado, but there are some situations to where you can actually see it there on the 3D. But it does not seem that I can actually see it. I do believe it is actually too high up in the atmosphere for me to actually, or at least the scan, for me to actually see the tornado. If it was a bit closer to the radar, I would be able to see, but don't see it here for you. The airport, as I mentioned, would probably go ahead, probably just be spared for the rest. Well, it won't be, but it'll be really interesting across the board. I do want to tweet this out real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Let's see. When was this? The 6th. Is this it? Yeah, that does seem it. There we go. Do you think that the derecho, there'll be a watch for the derecho tonight? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. I honestly wouldn't. Live on channel 13 a few minutes ago? Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't. Okay, let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's definitely a tornado. Oh, it's definitely lofting debris. You can see the tree be gone. You can definitely see power flashes, tree kind of just gets lofted up. There's definitely some sort of debris. Wouldn't be surprised if it had EF1 damage. Honestly wouldn't. But I'd actually have to take a look at what all happened within there. That's not on there. Okay, well, that's good enough. But yep, thank you for sending that on Twitter. Really do appreciate it. So yeah, I mean, it's just really something interesting to see. And take a look at that too. You can see the funnel actually go down into the cell. So something to keep in mind from that. That it could continue to try. It has a history. And, you know, I guess we'll have to see. But as of right now, it does seem as if it is relatively weak. You're fine, Brady. You're fine. You only missed a tornado that hit Orlando. That's really it. But as of right now, I guess we'll have to see. So anything other than this tornado just joined. Someone decided to hit a power pole, been without power for the past 6 hours. Oof. Sorry to hear that, my friend. I really am. If you guys are new to this, notice how I waited after when all the stuff was actually, you know, said and done. If you guys are new to the channel, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, subscribe if you enjoy this content. Because I typically do this whenever severe weather is actually at its worst. And share it with people who actually might enjoy this. I'll put a timestamp in the description down below for people to watch after the fact. So if people want to see that, they definitely could look at it after the fact. As well as friends and family, stuff like that. I know it's kind of weird because it's weather, you know. But, you know, definitely one of those things where it'd be pretty interesting. You just got here. Well, for those of you who are new, there was a tornado that basically pushed on through in Orlando. So something to keep in mind there. Got anything to worry about in Jacksonville area tonight? Not tonight, per se. You might. But honestly, you might see something from the outer bands. Maybe spin up every now and then. But I guess we'll have to see. Zucchini, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I will say Jacksonville will probably see some rain in upwards of 4 to 6 inches, something along that. So something to keep in mind. You guys might be getting some sort of flood risk, maybe, but you know, definitely one of those things where you guys are going to want to continue to monitor that. You're about 700 miles away from Disney. Well, depending upon in which direction, you know, I guess we'll have to see. Just to see actually if you're going to get directly impacted. So a lot of storms, western Bristol, Willow storms. What? Anything in Tampa? As of right now, they had a line that actually went through. As of right now, nothing organized, but there could be seeing something soon. Could be another line that forms on through with another chance of tornadoes. As we saw, you know, Orlando wasn't exactly out of the risk, so it did its own thing. Look at the storm north of this tornado warned. Yep, indeed. I'll take a look at that. There's a little bit of rotation. You could definitely see this kind of backwards curly Q with the inflow notch. There could be something on there, but the only issue that I have is the fact that it's up 7,000 feet up in the sky. So, something to keep in mind there. Rotation near Pine Lakes. Yeah, that's the one that everyone is talking about. I mean, there definitely could be something there. The only issue, as I've mentioned, is that it's pretty far away from a radar. So, Winter Park. What do you mean the Winter Park? Is it around here? There's Winter Springs, I will say. I also will say that this thing might be trying to organize itself again. Might be trying. So, Fern Park and Altamonte Springs, as well as Castleberry and Maitland. You guys are kind of not out of the risk yet. You guys should probably stay in your safe space. Longwood, Winter Springs, if you live along State Route 434, near the intersection of that and US 14, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions too. Anything heading to Space Coast? Not at the moment. I don't see it. I don't see anything that is heading towards Space Coast, but definitely could be something along the line. Where's the eye of the storm? The eye of the storm, actually. Let's go ahead and take a look for ourselves. We'll get into all the cool gadgets that I have for you all about Cristobal in a bit. But the eye of Cristobal actually is right here. And you can kind of see, here is New Orleans for reference. Here is Cristobal. I'll actually play the GIF here for you all. You can kind of see how thunderstorms have begun to initiate on the northern half of Cristobal. And you can also see how these bands have continued to try and form. That is the reason why I say Florida could continue to see risk after risk after risk, due to the fact that there actually is due to the fact that there continuously is just a bunch of thunderstorms that'll continue to move off towards Florida. So something to keep in mind across there. But there is Cristobal. It will be heading off in the general vicinity of Louisiana, causing some major flooding. Not really major flooding, actually, but decent storm surge numbers. It'll be pretty interesting to say the least, and something to keep in mind there. The reason why Florida is seeing all of these storms and why all these storms are over here compared to like right here is because of the shear. The subtropical jet has kind of limited these storms from kind of coming back. So there's a lot of intense shear that's just been carrying these thunderstorms and moving out, and it's just not really sustaining Cristobal a lot. So all Cristobal has to try and intensify is the thunderstorms that will attempt to initiate around this the center area of low pressure. Don't think I would trust the velocities because it is a low top supercell. I kind of agree with that, which is the reason why I'm also not really, paying too much attention to it, but it's still something there. So, definitely one of those things where as it continues to move on through, storm surge risk for across here, and you'll actually see a visual soon as to storm surge risks. Flooding definitely an issue. Even after Cristobal leaves, the people who live along the Mississippi River will still continue to see some sort of flooding risk, and tornadoes as well. Tornadoes across the board definitely will be something to where people could continue to monitor that. Take this with a grain of salt. Someone said debarked trees. I wouldn't be surprised, to be completely honest. So yeah, let's continue to take a look. We'll actually see what all is happening with Cristobal, and actually in 10 minutes is the next advisory on, actually here it is, the newest advisory came out. Latest advisory on Tropical Storm Cristobal. It is still a 50 mile per hour sustained tropical storm at 993 millibars, moving north at 12 miles per hour. So that still, the only thing that has changed is the pressure. The pressure has went down a couple millibars, and as that continues to move on through, people need to continue to monitor that. Someone mentioned that there's a new tornado warning. There indeed is. It is for Seminole County in Florida. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And just to take a look at the velocities again, I've mentioned that basically anyone who lives along US 17 and State Route 434, you guys need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north. Definitely could be something in and around those areas. I don't see any correlation coefficient drop as we saw with the previous tornado, but still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's go back over, take a look and see the risks and specific stuff and all that. As I mentioned before, the rain risk, you can see New Orleans, as I've been talking about for the most part of the stream, basically my hot zone. My hot zone for this entire event with Cristobal, and mainly all for all the tropical and severe risks. New Orleans definitely going to see some sort of rain from 6 to 10 inches, and definitely something to where people could, definitely see some aerial flooding. Localized flooding cannot be thrown out of the picture, so something to keep in mind there. And then, as I mentioned, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, stuff like that, you guys could also see some rain from the outer bands moving on through. The storm surge, as I mentioned, this is the visual that I was talking about. The National Hurricane Center actually said it could be 2 to 4 feet of storm surge from Morgan City all the way to the mouth of the Mississippi River, and then 3 to 5 feet from the mouth of the Mississippi to Ocean Springs in Mississippi, even near Lake Pontchartrain. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some storm surge there, from a foot to maybe 3 feet of storm surge in around that area. And then from, say, from Biloxi all the way to Mobile and down and around all the way to Tampa, even into Marco Island, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a foot to 3 feet of storm surge in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. People need to continue to monitor that, as flooding will definitely be an issue. So just keep in mind with that. Cristobal definitely could continue to possibly intensify. I want to take a look, and I want to see what this is telling me. This is telling me the infrareds. This is telling me the brightness, temperature, horizontal polarization. So it's telling me the intensity of some thunderstorms. So you can kind of see Cristobal kind of dissipates any thunderstorms around the center area of low pressure, but now it's starting to regenerate. Some more cells to the northern part, which might actually lead to more of a tornado risk and wind risk down and around near Louisiana with all these different outer bands. So something to keep in mind. People around there need to go ahead, continue to monitor that, take their precautions around Louisiana, as it won't just be a flooding risk. It will also be a decent tornado risk around there too. Let's see. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of rain across the board in Florida. You're actually really close to a flash flood warning, Joshua, so it'd be pretty interesting. But, across the board, there's definitely risks, and it's a handful of risks for it just being a tropical storm. Have the footage of the Orlando tornado. You can show it. Stream. Oh yeah. I already saw the footage. I showed it to everyone else earlier. But still something to keep in mind across the board. It is really interesting as to how this all will continue to transpire. Just by taking a look at the tornado warning for Seminole, you can see the classic hook signature. If I actually took a 3D of that and it was close to the radar, you could quite possibly see a really interesting inflow notch. But it'd be pretty interesting across the board to see what all is happening there. Somebody asked for the South Dakota cell. Really is just a bunch of gusty winds now with an outflow boundary that might actually develop thunderstorms along the way. But there is a lot of capping inversion around that area. So I wouldn't be surprised if nothing really happened, but at the same time, something to keep in mind there. And then if we take a look at the western parts, the QLCS, the derecho that I'm already classifying, due to the fact that, for you guys are new, there actually has been a report of 124 mile per hour wind gust from this storm back in Utah. So something to keep in mind there. This now is starting to eventually hit into the Rapid City general vicinity, and this might be impacting you guys with 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through to the north and east. So people in Rapid City, especially along Interstate 90, you guys need to continue to monitor that. Need to look on Twitter, giant. Fine, I'll take a look at it. All right, I'll take a look at it. Calm down. We'll get to it eventually. That is a giant tornado.
Coming back.
That is a giant tornado, chat. I mean, now I kind of understand why people in my Discord were saying that it could have been a multi-vortex. That is a giant tornado. I'd say 1/8 of a mile. 1/8 of a mile wide. Oh, yeah. That is scary.
Coming back.
I mean, my goodness. Power flashes across the board. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You can even see debris. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Orlando tornado, everyone. That is indeed the Orlando tornado. My goodness. That's crazy. I have to say that right now. That is absolutely crazy. That is mental. I mean, I'd have to take a look at the damage afterwards to be able to assess as to what the actual rating could be. But, I mean, my goodness. That is crazy. I have to say that myself, chat. Woof. I would ask for an exclamation point woof in the chat, but my goodness, that is crazy. My god, that's mental. Yeah, that is not a classic Florida tornado. You guys are used to water spouts and like skinny rope things, not the giant chunky boys. That is crazy. My goodness. That's what I just want to tell you all, that's what tropical systems can do. Anything along the outer bands. When I say that all these storms have the potential of producing tornadoes, I'm not joking. And I'm literally telling you, it is very difficult to predict these. It's very similar to a QLCS. Because along the line, it can spin up. It just spins up like that. And it's very difficult to the point where all you can say is this area could possibly see some tornadic development across the board. And now everyone is taking that touche, Jeffrey. Touche. But no, it's very similar to how QLCS is in severe weather. It just spins up. So it's just really interesting to take a look at. I would say continue to just monitor that. Monitor all of these across the board. You did predict the Orlando tornado. I did. I said Orlando probably will get impacted later. And here we are. Here we are. Storm and VA moving south to North Carolina. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised due to the fact of the outer bands and stuff like that. Although there is a boundary that's there. So, I mean, you know, could be something there. Had a similar sized tornado on the west coast of Florida about a month ago. Yeah, they did. They did. I remember that. Just got back to Twitter. Look, missed Metro less than a half a mile. Good God. Thank the Lord. Honestly, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord that it didn't impact, like, big stuff. Why is there not a tornado watch is beyond me? You're telling me that, Jacob. I literally said there should be one. There should be one. And if you're not going to issue one now, issue one later tonight, because that's when the next line of cells will be moving on through. So, my goodness.
Yo caro Taco Bell. Live Mars.
Oh, Chris Stewart, thank you for the $2 super chat, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Okay, so the tornado warning for Seminole, the original Seminole County, has been expired. That's the good news. The bad news is that there's still rotation, so there's that. But Disney reported damage. Woof. Huh. That is crazy. What did you miss in the last 15 minutes? Absolutely nothing. I'm going to be completely honest. I was just talking about Cristobal and stuff like that. Actually, I'm really curious to see what all is happening. CC drop? Actually, I haven't checked the CC in a while. No, I would say no. If we were to outline this right here. and then go to the correlation coefficient, we can actually see that it is within the actual inflow notch. So I wouldn't say that it is per se a correlation debris signature drop, something like that. I would say that it probably is just more or less inflow. So, oh my god, another one?
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
For your prediction.
Oh my goodness. 1010 Tren, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian money super chat. I really do appreciate that. I really do. So thank you. I really do. I honestly do appreciate that. Nate, reports of catastrophic damage reported by residents. Woof. Well, we'll do the damage assessment afterwards. There is a new tornado warning, however, for Lake and Volusia counties in Florida. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The velocities show that there is a little bit of rotation. You can see the reds and the oranges moving away, the kind of darker reds and grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and definitely some sort of reflectivity hook echo in and around those areas. Correlation coefficient, I do not see any sort of debris signature in and around that area, but still something to keep in mind. Spectrum width shows that there is something in and around these areas, so I wouldn't be surprised if something ends up trying to produce, but nothing right now. So if you live, there's a report of a funnel there, so they could have actually tried to recycle. So we'll get back down to there in a bit. If you live near State Route 44, if you live along North Spring Garden Avenue near North DeLand, near De Leon Springs, as well as United States 17, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. And if you know anyone who lives in there, go ahead and tell them to get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So something to keep in mind there. Still don't see a correlation coefficient drop, so something to keep in mind. There has been another report of a funnel on this. There's a train spotter that reported a funnel cloud in the area of I-4 in the State Route 434 area at around 8. So this was 3 minutes ago, where this could have possibly been where the funnel was. So something to keep in mind that people need to continue to monitor the storm is it has a history of producing a tornado. A somewhat large tornado, in my honest opinion. A tornado that we haven't seen in about a month that people have been asking for because the severe weather is depleted. You want to know the funny thing about this all? Alright, for the research perspective. For the people who wanted to see severe weather, just for a research standpoint, this technically wasn't from severe weather. This was from a tropical system. I wonder if that's an omen as to how bad the tropical system is going to be, the tropical season is going to be this year. I said 17 to 19 named storms. It might be a little bit more. I might have been a little bit too conservative, but at the same time, Go big or go... Stay safe, actually. I'd rather be safe. Have a safe bet. Check the Virginia storms. All right, I'll take a look at the Virginia storms real quick. It's hard to believe a tornado with 110 mile per hour maybe would be an EF4. Don't think so. I mean, it's kind of hard to say. We don't know until we take a look at the damage afterwards. I wouldn't be surprised if there was EF1 damage, but who knows? We'll have to see. Bunch of cells across the board. What is this? Bunch of storms. My goodness. Nothing really too organized. Gotta go eat lasagna. I'll probably go downstairs, eat some pizza in a second, actually. Get my food real quick, because I haven't ate at all today. I just decided to wake up, do a little bit of chores around the house, and then stream. That's what I typically do. I typically stay up until Kingdom Come. My sleep schedule is so messed up, but at the same time, it's now my new sleep schedule. So it's doing its own thing. If these blocking patterns over the that'll persist late into the season, East Coast might be under the gun. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's nothing really too interesting with these cells. It's just it's doing its own thing. What happened in Orlando? Orlando had a tornado that actually was quite large, very large. I'd say about 1/8 of a mile wide. So, you know, something that we haven't seen in quite some time when it comes to strength. Strength was actually decent compared to what people actually were wanting in a severe weather event. And size was definitely there, so something to keep in mind there. That's not normal living in Florida. 22 years not normal. Yeah, seems legit. That sounds about right. As I mentioned, if you guys are new to the stream and you haven't seen my content before, feel free to go ahead and leave a like and subscribe, especially if you enjoy the content that I've already provided for you all. Yeah, share it with people if you feel like they would enjoy it too. I would say hit the bell, but I stream for all the stuff that's bad, so... if you feel like you want to see stuff, when stuff gets bad and see me whenever I, basically dissect storms and things, then you could do that theoretically, but, otherwise it just kind of gets repetitive. I can understand that. I can kind of understand that. Okay. Well, one thing that I do have to say now is that the hurricane hunters are definitely doing things. Across the board, definitely some... Ooh, this was from the eye? I doubt this. Well, it is from the eye. Interesting. This is going to be pretty interesting, alright? If the thunderstorms up to the northern parts of Cristobal continue to intensify, this could possibly go up into maybe a 60-mile-per-hour storm. So something to keep in mind there, that, people need to continue to monitor this storm as this moves off to the north. Louisiana, as I've mentioned, will directly be impacted by flooding, rain, storm surge, tornadoes, stuff like that. What happened? Did you look at the VA line moving south to North Carolina? I did. I saw a lot of disorganized cells, as well as hail every now and then. So, nothing really tornadic, though, in my honest opinion. What do you think the EF rating for Orlando tornado is going to be? Honestly, I have no idea because I haven't seen any of the damage yet. I said I wouldn't be surprised if it was EF1, though. I said I wouldn't be surprised. So are these storms moving in Orlando area, moving offshore or north? It shows eastward movement on the future model, so it's more or less to the north. More or less to the north. Check significant tornado parameter. There isn't really... Let's put it this way, alright? You could, but theoretically, it's not a good idea. And the reason why I say that is if we go into a regional, you can actually see the live analysis shows a donation. My goodness.
You are my favorite weatherman. Please, after you graduate college, do not go to work for the mainstream media. The money isn't worth it.
Seems legit. That's hilarious. Chris Stewart, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. There's a lot of capping inversion around here, so significant tornado parameter wouldn't be useful whatsoever due to the fact of how high the capping is, which, by the way, for guys who are new to the stream and you don't, or just new to weather in general and don't really know what capping is, it's basically what limits thunderstorms from either producing or sustaining. It allows, when the thunderstorm develops, it always rises and you have the clouds that go up, alright? But if there's capping inversion above the surface, or cap, then it prevents those thunderstorms from going higher up into these giant thunderstorms. And that's the reason why you don't see these giant circle things over these like blue areas and stuff like that. Because the environment is not right for thunderstorms to develop there. So, there's a capping inversion. Just saw a picture and there's partially debarked trees. I wouldn't be surprised. Storms coming to Rapid City look scary. I'm kind of getting scared. I would say you just might as well continue to monitor all of that. I mean, it's definitely a lot of gusty winds, I have to say. Plethora of gusty winds. So something to keep in mind. There's actually reports of an 85-mile-per-hour wind gust. So definitely still derecho. I'd say this thing is definitely continuing to move on through. You need to just... I'd say get into a sturdy building. Get into a sturdy building. Definitely the way to go, in my honest opinion. How many donos? We've had 3, but I don't really force anyone to donate, and I don't really want people to donate. So, I mean, across the board, really is just a bunch of stuff. This cell actually goes up to 40,000 feet, 43,000 feet, actually. So that's pretty interesting. You're in your basement right now? That's good. That's very good. Those storms will actually pass by you relatively quickly. If I remember correctly, they were moving at relatively fast speeds. Yep, so they're moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. At one point, when the storms were moving through Utah at 100 miles per hour, with 100 mile per hour winds, 100 plus, they were moving at 125 miles per hour, which is absolutely mental. So, can you check the CC drop on both? Yeah, sure, why not? See if there's actually, if it's on the ground right now. I don't see anything that's on the ground for the southern cell. If I were to outline the inflow notch can easily be depicted as a low correlation coefficient. You can kind of see nothing there, but there is something right here. I will circle that. It just updated. Fun. I don't think that it really was doing as much. Here, we'll back it up a scan. Yeah, I don't really think that was a correlation coefficient drop in my honest opinion. Should theoretically be fine. Let's see. The storm up to the north, don't believe really is doing a lot, even though it's heading toward, it still has general rotation. DeLeon Springs still will probably be impacted, whether it's gusty winds or a possible tornado. Either or, definitely should take your precaution. You are under a tornado warning. Yeah, across the board, it's pretty interesting. And keep in mind, this stream isn't done and over with, because there actually is still a tornado risk here. Just to actually show you guys, the Storm Prediction Center has an enhanced in that area in South Dakota. There is an enhanced. So if thunderstorms actually do form out there, and there actually is a 5% chance for tornadoes there too, could be a decent tornado threat. So something to keep in mind there. The risk isn't over for tonight. We have basically made it a little bit under halfway. So we'll continue to dissect all of these storms together. And yeah, we'll continue to move on through. Truck on, see what all could be happening. And another thing to mention too is that today isn't the only day for severe weather. Tomorrow has it too. There's already an enhanced risk for South Dakota, North Dakota, a little bit parts of Minnesota as well. And then there's also that slight and marginal risk where Cristobal actually hits, and that actually has a 5% chance of tornadoes down there. There's even a 5% chance of tornadoes up there too, so something to keep in mind in and around those areas. What's up, anime boy? John, nice to see you coming out to the stream. That's very surprising. But yeah, what's up, dude? When's the next big tornado event? Very hard to tell. Very hard to tell, I will say. If you're talking about big tornado events, we may not have another one for quite some time. We may not. I've already looked. I basically look at the GFS and the CFS every single day, okay? Just try and see if there's any sort of patterns and anything. And one thing I do want to mention, as I mentioned in the beginning of last stream, we'll go back over here, National Hurricane Center, 5-day tropical outlook. Unspoken thing is this thing, for good reason, not going to form, all right? Well, I mean, there is something that could form, but it doesn't impact the U.S. whatsoever, so probably just do its own little thing. Around the 15th to the 17th, Monday the 15th to Wednesday the 17th, something could form in and around right here. It's very far out to make this prediction, but I'm saying whatever I think could possibly happen, all right? So we're just basically ride or die. I basically predicted Cristobal, but I told everyone on my Discord and not on YouTube. So now I'm tired of, if I get stuff wrong, or if people think, oh, you can't make predictions that far out, I'm going to. I personally think that something could form in around that area. Direct impacts to the U.S., it's unknown at this time. It could go up the Gulf Stream, could potentially mess with North Carolina, could head out to Bermuda. It's kind of hard for me to tell right now. But there could be something that forms in and around this area. Could be. Keyword could be. Could we see our first moderate tomorrow? Just stay as enhanced. Well, if you're talking about the first moderate for June, you possibly could, but I don't think so. My honest opinion, I honestly don't think you could. Is enhanced risk in Rapid City? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Rapid City is indeed in that enhanced risk. So yeah. I could get into the specifics. Actually, you know what? We might as well. We might as well. We'll go into pivotal weather. Bring that over here. We'll start forecasting all this stuff. See what actually is going to be happening later tonight. We'll go into what the HRRR says, and we'll start to try and forecast. I wonder if Pekka's Hank is on the prowl. He might be. I've got no clue if he is, but he might be. Alright, let's see what actually could be happening. So this is 19Z. Oh, we're not at 23Z. Lit. Okay, so the QLCS just continues to move on through, and the low kind of just pushes everything up. Nothing really too much. A lot of capping inversion. Mainly meaning that it could be just a gusty wind threat tonight. Although we'll still be here no matter what. It still will be. Might be a tornado threat. But Rapid City does seem to, like, kind of just get gusty winds, and then it seems to just, like, go. So that's good news. And then even later in the evening, it doesn't seem as if anything happens from there. So after this risk, after things push out, theoretically stuff should kind of die out at around 10 Central, 9 Mountain, something of that sort. So but it'll be something to continue to watch. And then I do want to take a look, see what the NAM says. NAM says, could be stuff across the board that tries to form. Could be. Right around 8. I wouldn't be surprised. Something could form. But I guess we'll have to find out. To see if stuff actually does. And if it does, then it does. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. And here we are. You just got a tornado alert around your area. For what area? So that I could actually help you as to where this stuff is. I can tell you specifically as to where stuff is going to be. By the way, I do want to mention that there actually is a report of 7.61 inches of rain that has actually fallen around the Silver Spring Shores area in Bellevue in Florida. I mentioned before that this probably could be some sort of flooding risk in Florida, and there still is. Repetitive storms across the board that'll just continue to surge on through, which, as I mentioned later tonight, you probably will possibly see stuff. So let's take a look at the storms real quick just to get a recap. Lake Mary. Could be something, but honestly I don't think so. I think that's fine. I don't think it's on the ground right now, due to the fact, if I were to circle the rotation right here, first things first, if I were to go, most people use correlation coefficient for tornado debris signature, you would see that there is something there, okay? So you would think, oh, this is possibly a tornado. But let's take a look at the spectrum width. The spectrum width doesn't say a lot. And for that reason, I'm saying that it isn't on the ground right now. Could definitely do something later, though, I will say. As it moves through Lake Mary, eventually off into the State Route 417 area, maybe even to the State Route 46 area, as well as the United States 17 area. You guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. This is not a real tropical storm. I mean, it's not the typical tropical storm that you would see, but it is a giant tropical storm. I did say that this would happen about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, something like that. It's tornadoing why I said possible. Yep, I mean, that's true. Kirk, hello! Welcome. Welcome. Alright, well, let's take a look at the storm up to the north. Storm up to the north, as I mentioned, kind of has some decent rotation. You can see these little kinks in around here, where the reds, the brighter reds are moving away, darker reds are moving slower. You can kind of get this overlapping motion. Same thing with this. So across the board, you could see some stuff. As I mentioned with all these little cells, you could see possible tornadic rotations embedded within all of them, but not right now. It does seem as if there's only 2 that could do it. I mean, there's a couple more, but as I mentioned, across the board, you could see any of these cells produce tornadic rotation. So something to keep in mind, which is the reason why I was kind of puzzled as to why the Storm Prediction Center didn't issue a tornado watch, but that's not my business. Could that CC be hail? Honestly, no. And the reason why I say that is because, well, there's a little bit of hail, but the reason why I say that is because the hail has to actually be larger amounts. The smaller hail can easily be mistaken for rain. So, what are the reds? You're pretty done with weather things. So, with this right here, all of this is the base velocity. Velocity meaning wind speeds, all right? So, the reds indicate winds moving away from the radar, all right? The darker reds means it's slower winds moving away from the radar. You can see that from the scale over here. You can actually see 0, 10, 20, stuff like that. It goes into the yellows at 100 and stuff like that, you know? So as it continues to move on through, the scale is that much, all right? So this just indicates velocities. But the dark red indicates slower velocity, so it's just kind of, you know, it's kind of weaker rotation. Typically, you would want something like this where you have grays and greens, because the greens actually tells you that there's winds moving towards the radar, and there's actually the brighter reds that are moving away, and that signifies that there is a stronger rotation in and around that area. That could also be classified, if I take the strongest pixels from both, I can actually get a delta velocity from that. However, it is relatively weak right now. So I guess we'll have to see. Looks like into Orlando tornado trees uprooted, cars moved. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't. I wouldn't be. Yeah, so across the board, the derecho now seems to be marching in through. It's going to be impacting Rapid City. If actually I were to get a storm track, about 5 to 10 minutes for anyone who lives along I-90. I'd say 5 minutes. 5 minutes is probably a safe bet. So something like that to where you guys need to continue to monitor the gusty winds moving on through. Let's see if we can continue to try and predict this event. So Sunday, storms just kind of form. Even some discrete cells in North Dakota. There's a decent tornado risk. It's a decent tornado risk, I'll say that. You could see some stuff. You could definitely see some stuff. A lot of capping inversion. I will use the significant tornado parameter just so I can see what the worst is for any of these areas. What the heck is that? Give me a second. Oh. 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 That's not good. It still says PDS tornado sounding. And it's not contaminated. Very nice. Oh. The significant tornado parameter just so happens to be 11. With a nice little photograph. Yeah, tomorrow's probably going to be worse. I'm going to be completely honest, chat. Tomorrow's going to be it's going to be worse. You'll probably see more strong tornadoes and stuff like that across the board. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. You live around Deltona, Orlando. Oh, well. I finally knew where that was. Give me a second. I can give a forecast. Which, by the way, for any of you guys who might want their own forecasts and stuff like that, feel free to do so. You can go ahead and put in your specific spot, or if you want to just, like, you know, ask, say, where is Cristobal? Or something like that, you know? Feel free to do so. I don't mind. I don't mind. Some other people do, but I don't. Okay, so Deltona is probably going to get impacted by this storm relatively soon. There's Deltona, actually. There's the tornado warning. So I wouldn't be surprised if you actually get into a tornado warning relatively soon, in which if that was the case, you are probably going to want to kind of monitor this as this moves off to the north. Something to keep in mind. For those of you who are new, first off, hello, my name is Hockey Boy Nate, other known as Nate. I cover live severe weather. I typically do this live streaming thing. Technically do it more than other people. I also claim to be the best one out of everyone. Now, if you don't believe me, you can always just watch or stuff like that. But anyways, when no one else was covering it, I covered this thing. This thing today. Covered this giant tornado that impacted Orlando. And yeah, so there's that. I also, not in a bragging motion, but I just want to say, I did warn Orlando that there could be another one. There could be another one. There was like another tornado warning that was over here near like Orlo Vista and Tanglo Park. And I was like, okay, well, Orlando's probably going to get impacted again. They're probably going to. And they did. So, with that tornado. So I did warn him. I did warn everyone. It kind of proves that I kind of know my stuff. So I'm your go-to guy for any sort of weather if you want me to tell you. Do you ever use Radar Omega that Reed Timmer uses? Just curious. Every now and then. It's not my go-to thing to use, but I use it every now and then. A forecast for Stone Mountain. Are you Stone Mountain won't see anything, or at least they won't see a lot, in my honest opinion. I've seen some stuff. I just came back to house, see how strong the winds and the derecho do. I think probably 80 miles per hour in some spots. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Getting 20 mile per hour winds in Rapid City, it'll probably increase, my honest opinion. In my honest opinion, it very well could. Someone said David covered it. Nope, David canceled his stream prior to it actually happening. So, I was the only one that covered all of this. Trust me. I have people, well, whistleblowers who told me as to when people were streaming and when people weren't. Try to keep up with the competition. I try. But he covered the other tornado warnings. He covered the other Orlando tornado warning that went to the west of it. He didn't cover the one that actually produced the tornado. Here in the tornado warning, well, depending upon where you are, you're going to want to try and take your proper precautions. If you're out in front of it, you're definitely going to want to obviously take your proper precautions. But if you aren't, then feel free to tell people who are to go ahead, get into their safe space. Dave Shoemaker, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Will Omaha get affected by the severe weather? They probably won't. I don't think they will. I honestly don't think they will. I think Omaha will be clear out of this. Here, let's actually see. We'll actually get some precip out here just for general stuff. Yeah, I think Omaha will actually be out of the risk. Yeah, Omaha is going to be out of the risk until Monday. Monday is definitely going to be the day for you all to watch. You can actually see there's the risk for you all. It's in your general vicinity. I mean, Omaha, as of right now, says that you're in a general thunderstorm, but just watch. Just watch. It'll eventually get there, so. By the way, don't take any of the stuff that I say. Don't think of it as arrogance, all right? Just realize that I am confident in my work. I'm not trying to be better than other people. I just want to tell you that if you want information, not only am I willing to give it to you quickly, but efficiently as well, and accurately. I feel like also people get the word accurate and precise get confused. But John Mias, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I really do. My goodness. Well, yeah, it's John. I'm surprised you haven't subscribed in a while. You haven't subscribed to the channel. literally own a Discord server that you're in. Which, by the way, if you guys want to join my Discord server, link in the description down below. It is Storm Central. We just basically talk about weather and stuff like that. We also talk about other stuff too. We mess around. We honestly mess around. We do whatever we want. So, my goodness. Colin Pike, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. You're in Orlando right now. Not a lot of rain. Is tornado a big deal? Depending upon where you are in Orlando. All right. Orlando just got out of a tornado risk. Just had a tornado. All right. If you're north of Orlando, you've got some sort of tornado risk with the storm that actually produced the tornado. So it is still alive and it's still doing its own thing. So you might want to continue to like monitor this as it continues to move off. But, you know, something to keep in mind as that continues to move on. People need to continue to monitor this. Orlando itself is out of the risk. The downtown, east, west, south, southern parts of the metro. Definitely, you guys are out of the risk as of right now. Now, I will say, later in the evening, there will probably be another round of storms that'll come on through. So, there's that much. But, since you're in Sanford, your car will fly away. Seems legit. I mean, Sanford is kind of close to it. Here's Sanford. Here's the rotation near Lake Mary. Actually, this is not the latest scan. It has kind of just passed on through. Interesting. Well, anyways, there's a rotation. It kind of has went through Sanford. Sanford is out of the risk, unless if you're near Deltona. If you're a bit closer to Deltona, you might want to like continue to monitor that. But I still don't see any sort of correlation coefficient drop. I don't think that there was a tornado that formed on this after the one that went through Orlando. There's definitely a couple funnels that I could say could formed, but I don't think anything actually produced along the way. So that's good. That's good to hear there. New set of tornadic thunderstorms coming into South Florida could bring more tornadoes based on the Key West radar. Yeah, I agree. Definitely could be something across the board to where the risk could continue for Florida as that moves off to the north and east. As I mentioned, just kind of transferring on the same topic, this entire outer band is coming from Tropical Storm Cristobal. And just by taking a look, we can see what the hurricane hunters have actually brought out for us. And we can actually see some of the winds have actually gone up to around 40 knots at surface level. So that's going to be kind of interesting to see. 2 hurricane hunter planes have been actually sent out. So, I mean, we'll have to find out to see what the intensities are along the way. As of the latest update, according to the National Hurricane Center, it's still a 50 mile per hour tropical storm at 993 millibars, and it's moving north at 12. So something to keep in mind there. It is still moving relatively decent, at a decent pace, moving off to the north. So something to keep in mind. But, you know, the main risk for from Cristobal, I will say, is probably going to be the flooding. Tornado's a close second, I will say that. We'll get to that in a bit, however. According to the National Hurricane Center, there will probably be 6 to 10 inches of rain that will fall around the New Orleans area, which the New Orleans area is kind of my hot zone. It's the area where I think will probably get the worst when it comes to severe weather, maybe even tropical weather. And that there, I indeed have put my hot zone over. So New Orleans, in and around that area, definitely could see some a lot of rainfall in and around that area. And then if we take a look at the storm surge from the National Hurricane Center, you can see from Morgan City to the mouth of the Mississippi, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge that you can expect. But then if you take a look in around here, mouth of the Mississippi to Ocean Springs, 3 to 5 feet. I actually wouldn't be surprised if you saw some storm surge near Pontchartrain. So you can also expect some in upwards of maybe a foot to maybe even 3 feet of storm surge in around that area. Definitely something where people are going to want to keep in mind. And then from there to Mobile, all the way down and around all the way to Tampa to Marco Island in Florida, you can see some storm surge in upwards of 1 to 3 feet. So something to keep in mind. Is my house in the box? Nope. My house is not in the box. I'm actually in the not completely opposite side of the US, but I'm up north. We never see any of this stuff. The only thing I saw was Sandy, and even then I didn't get anything. I saw gusty winds because I lived in West Virginia, but now I live in PA. So fun times. Let's see. Question. Well, the center of North Carolina will get any effects from Cristobal? Nope, they will not. Well, they will, but it won't be directly from Cristobal. It'll be when Cristobal merges actually with Here, let's take a look at what happens to Cristobal afterwards. All right, so we'll take a look. Here is Cristobal. And here is the severe weather out here. All right, so the severe weather kind of does its own thing, and Cristobal makes its impact. But then you can kind of see the low kind of forms a nice little boundary here. And this boundary, over time, kind of just moves off and merges with Cristobal. So you can kind of see there's Cristobal right here. It's all dead and stuff, and it goes with, this boundary. It merges and, really gets pulled apart with this. What I'm saying when it comes to the kind of aspect for the Carolinas is that there still will be moisture being pulled up even after Cristobal moves on through. Basically, this kind of acts as if it's like the warm front. It's the warm sector that gets set in place, and all this area and around here could see some stuff, some sort of warm pooling to where it can amplify some sort of the Cape numbers and possibly produce popcorn cells across the board. Not as intense as, what Cristobal was bringing, but, definitely something to where, people are going to want to continue to monitor that for some severe risks. Still don't see a correlation coefficient on the tornado warning in Volusia. As I mentioned, that'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so something to keep in mind there. Could see some rain from here in western Pennsylvania. Indeed. 74 mile per hour on the wind gauge. Woof, that's crazy. Yeah, it's definitely picking up. It is definitely picking up. You live in a box. Seems legit. I feel like most of us do. It's a house. A house is typically a box. Typically. But it is what it is. Do you think tomorrow will be more active for tornadoes for North and South Dakota? Yeah, I actually think it would be. I think it actually could be pretty bad for Minnesota, too. I think today's risk will not compare to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be really interesting. And I will definitely be streaming, probably all day. Maybe. I'm definitely going to be streaming tomorrow morning. I'm going to try and get up so that I could live stream the impacts of Cristobal of the sort. I'm going to continue to stream because obviously the risk is not done yet. We're going to stream all the way until the end because this right here continues to shoot up massive numbers. So, look at this. Rapid City across the board continues to see wind gusts 70 miles per hour, 67 miles per hour. Back here is 85 miles per hour. 72 miles per hour. Just across the board, there was just so many wind risks. Wouldn't be surprised if you saw more gusty winds like this across, a larger scale. So, something to keep in mind in and around there. But as of right now, the two risks are the discrete cells that popcorn around in Florida and the QLCS that's over in South Dakota. One thing I do want to mention. Orlando is not out of the risk. For any of you who live in Orlando, you're not out of the risk. You now got a giant linear, we'll say a QLCS. It's not a giant, but we'll say QLCS. We'll say a line segment that's moving through in those areas. So that's something to keep in mind. This could bring some gusty winds, some hail, maybe even an embedded rotation, and that's what I'm kind of seeing right here. Could possibly be something here that tries to form. maybe a brief tornado of the sort, but I wouldn't be surprised. So, something to keep in mind. People around there need to continue to monitor this. Orlando could be hit again with some sort of gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, and maybe a possible tornado. Maybe. I'd say, continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. Hit you, but it's gone? Okay, well then that's good. That's very good. I mean, there could be something that tries to form off of this. There could be. But, just got PDS tornado sounding for tomorrow, posted on Discord. For real? Where? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's definitely a PDS tornado. Yeah. I saw the significant tornado parameter. I don't use it for good reason, but I saw it up to 11. That was pretty nice. I mean, not nice, but it was litty. You subscribed. The Streamlabs isn't showing anything. Probably because you either A, didn't publicize your subscriptions, or B, Streamlabs is being an idiot. Could be one of two. Could be one of two. Whatever happened to the pizza, Nate? Yeah, I haven't gone down to it yet. Ever since the tornado warning in Orlando, I haven't really done anything. It's just I've been covering everything across the board. Speaking of which, let's take a look at to see what the hurricane hunters are seeing. Let's find out. They did make another surge towards the eye, so that's really interesting. They also are getting impacted by a developing thunderstorm, so that's fun. They definitely could start seeing stuff relatively soon. Just put a funnel cloud warning south of Middleburg, Florida, all the way to St. Augustine, south. Oof. Get the pizza unless like cold pizza. I mean, it's doing its own thing. There's still tours in Florida. What the F? I mean, it's doing its own thing. Hey! See, now for all the people who have stuck around, I told you all.
Here we go.
Told you all. You could theoretically see something from this, and you did. I've been pretty consistent. I'm telling you all, if you want live analysis, come to my channel. I will be able to give you pristine analysis. Tornado warning for Orange County in Florida. That'll be in effect until 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. That is such a short warning. It only lasts for 27 minutes, but my goodness. Anyways, you can definitely see the little appendage that I mentioned there right around Bay Lake. You can see the inflow a little bit, but the base velocities do indeed show greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that heads off towards the general vicinity of Bay Hill, the Windermere, out and across the Winter Garden Vineland Road area, and Rems Road, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. If you know anyone who lives around there, you guys need to go ahead and just, let them know. They've kind of got a tornado warning and they need to go ahead and get into their safe space. And if you live in those areas, even around State Route 91, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through, you guys have another potential tornado that's heading in towards Orlando. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop right now, so something to keep in mind. It doesn't seem to be on the ground right now. There could be some sort of lowering due to the fact that the spectrum width is there, but that does not mean that it won't produce a tornado later. It could weaken, but it could also intensify. So it's one of those things where you guys need to continue to take your precautions and heed the National Weather Service's warning due to the fact that it does have a tornado warning. So something to keep in mind. You guys need to continue to monitor this. You fix your window, put plastic wrap, get a window later. Orlando again. Yep, seems legit. Let's see. Disney World gets hit by a tornado, then the NBA can't come back and gonna throw yourself into a tornado. Don't do that. But yeah, it does seem as if this is continuing to move on through. What's up with the weather for South Louisiana? as of right now, South Louisiana is just getting some scattered storms, if I remember correctly. However, they probably could get stuff later on in the evening into the morning that could amplify the tornado risk. So something to keep in mind. You guys could definitely see something later on. But as of right now, it does seem to be just discrete popcorn cells that don't seem to threaten life or property at the moment. Let's see. And the people who live in Louisiana should be prepared for this storm. Yeah, I agree. I do agree, because even then, there is a tornado risk for them tomorrow. I do want to mention that. There is a 5% chance for tornadoes from the Storm Prediction Center. And honestly, wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado watch for that area tonight either. I really wouldn't. So something to keep in mind there. You guys need to go ahead, continue to monitor those cells. Does seem as if the rotation has indeed died out a little bit as it head off towards the Winter Garden Vineland Road area, but still one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this. This could intensify, but it does seem to have weakened just a little bit. So good news for people in Orlando, but you still are going to want to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Let me put that into Google Translate. Give me a couple seconds. Open it and it's over. What do you mean? What do you mean open it and it's over? 2020 is a very sad year. 2020 is a very confusing year. The only reason why I am continuing to sustain myself is because every single TV show and movie comes out in 2021. And I'm like, you know what? It's all coming out at the same time. I'm literally going to spoil myself. I will have no limits. TVS is showing up in the line in the storms in South Dakota. Let's quickly go over to South Dakota. South Dakota seems to be having a whale of a time with a bunch of QLCS and just derecho boys. My goodness. This thing has continued to move on through ever since midday. So that is crazy. Definitely something to where I did mention that there could be some sort of QLCS action moving through Rapid City. Models said something about it, and it indeed is kind of produced in and around those areas. Thanks for the South Louisiana update. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Ooh, a 94 mile per hour wind gust from Mesonet. So yeah, that's definitely intense. You can definitely see some hail across the board from all of those cells too. So something to keep in mind. Really interesting. Really interesting across the board. Really interesting. Alright, what I want to do real quick is I want to see what the hurricane hunters have found. So, 13. So this is the eye right here. Is it? Is this the eye? Hold on. Okay, so this is drop sound number 13. The eye shows that there is a bit of I mean, it's okay. It could be better, it could be worse. The winds at the surface are kind of gusty, so it's not really that much of an eye per se, but it still is doing something. Still doing something in and around those areas. The Orlando tornado removed a roof from a home. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to be completely honest. Microscopic sized hail. Seems legit. You're about an hour or so from Orlando, but I've been getting hints of some nasty stuff rolling in. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you got something. Depends upon where from Orlando. If you live towards the west or the north and west, then you're directly getting impacted. But if you live to the north and east, or even east of Orlando, you guys definitely could be seeing something later. As most people who I've mentioned within the stream, there has been a tornado that went through Orlando. This was about an hour ago. Just to show you all what it actually looked like, here it was. In my honest opinion, I believe it is probably an eighth of a mile wide. Some of my other analysts on my Discord server, which link in the description down below if you want to join it. We talk about weather and other stuff, so fun times. But they believe that it might have been multi-vortex. Very well could have, actually. There's definitely some vortices that I saw that was spiraling around. Definitely was churning up debris across the board, so something to keep in mind there. But still, something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through, that there was indeed a tornado today. Oh, let's see. You mean the center, not the eye. Well, center of low pressure system. Center is exposed cause of the dry air. Well, let's see. Let's see for ourselves. Does this have dry air? It does. Look at this. So that's not fully true. There isn't a lot of dry air around the center. There's a little bits and bobs, but there's just some dry air that's trying to seep in behind the actual bands. But nothing really too much. There's the center of low pressure. Not really too much of an issue for dry air. Not really too much. South Dakota has no tornado warnings today. You're quitting meteorology? What do you mean you're quitting meteorology? Don't do that. Don't do that. Meteorology is fun. I also do want to take a look at the mimicry for Cristobal. I do want to take a look. Okay, so there's definitely some storms that are starting to form off to the north. So this will probably enhance the tornado risk here in Louisiana. There will definitely be some sort of tornado risk in New Orleans. You can expect some sort of rapid fire tornado warning probably overnight into the morning. My honest opinion, which I'll probably have to stream all the way up until then. Another 24-hour live stream, boys and girls. Let's see. You're right next to Ocala National Forest. Power has flickered a couple times here at work. Oh, okay. One thing I do want to say. Oh, I was about to say it scared the crap out of me. Ocala National Forest. So give me a second. I'll try and get something here. You're off. Have a good stream. Stay safe. Go get that pizza. Yeah, I will. I will, Lux. Okay, so this is to the north of Orlando. So you definitely could see something. You're definitely probably going to see some sort of gusty winds, in my honest opinion. Wouldn't be surprised if you saw it relatively soon. There is a flash flood warning for your area, too. I do want to mention that, so you guys might want to continue to monitor that. But you know what? Guess we'll have to see. Definitely a lot of gusty winds across the board. Keeps pinging. Okay. Okay, buddy. I had enough of your crap. I'm just kidding. Don't quit meteorology. Meteorology is fun. Yes, I do agree. Why my mom want to move to Florida? I don't know. Florida's nice every now and then. You get rain every single day. So, pretty interesting, to say the least. I will say that. The cell that's heading towards Orlando does seem to be weakening. There is some kinks in the line where there could be some general rotation. My honest opinion is saying... my honest thought and the opinion on this matter is saying that it's more or less just a gusty wind threat. But I will continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. I do want to take a look and see if there are any other cells that are forming. You're quitting weather. Don't quit weather. Weather is fun. I mean, you can do whatever you want with weather. Oh, so now there are some discrete cells that are forming in the northern parts of South Dakota. So that could potentially pose a tornado threat later. Definitely could. Have 4 PDS soundings for North Dakota and Minnesota of all places. Yep, true. There could be a decent tornado risk up in Canada too. If you check the water vapor on Cristobal, you can see the black air masses being instigated by Cristobal. Yeah, true. You're in Florida. You're scared. Lights are out. You're in Winter Garden. Okay, give me 2 seconds. This is actually kind of serious. I will have to do forecast for Winter Garden real quick. And then I'll get Dealand later as well. I'll get Dealand, Winter Garden, Florida. We'll get the actual stuff here. I know Winter Garden sounds familiar. Okay, so Winter Garden is actually getting impacted right now. So if you guys just sit tight for a bit, you guys should be fine. All right. If you guys just sit tight, stay in your safe space, you guys should be fine. Dealand, however, does seem to be out of... Oh, Dealand is actually in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. As of right now, you could see some gusty winds, but as of right now, you guys aren't going to get anything. You guys could see a storm within the next, I'd say, 35 to 40 minutes, something of the sort. But depending upon where in Dealand you live, if you live to the east of Dealand, you guys are experiencing some supercellular, well, not really supercellular activity, but you're seeing some cellular activity as we speak right now. So, but yeah, you can definitely see the further east you live along State Route 44, maybe even US Route 92, you guys will definitely see something. What about... Okay, please. Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. Stream delay. I'll try my best. Yes, by the way, I do these forecasts for you all in live analysis, so, you know. Okay. Oki is currently getting impacted right now. So if you guys also kind of sit tight, you guys probably should, stay in some sort of sturdy building. You guys are getting impacted by gusty winds and rain and stuff like that. So you guys might continue to want to try. If you guys sit tight, you guys should be fine. All right. So just relax for a little bit. You should be okay. I see the storms on radar for South Dakota. They look potent. Oh yeah. Northwestern South Dakota is something to where people need to continue to monitor. Yep. Thank you, Alyssa. Thanks for coming out. If you are leaving, but if you are staying, then yeah, stay safe, everyone, as I continue to mention. Yep. Okay, is fine. Florida, you just sit tight. Sit tight. Stream delay is a thing. I do want to mention that. It's not my fault that YouTube wants stream delay. It's just better quality. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, it does seem as if the storm heading into Orlando, as I mentioned, is kind of weaker. It's still gusty winds. A lot of gusty winds. But it doesn't seem to be all too big. Twitter. Okay, let's take a look at what's happening on Twitter real quick. Twitter. Twitter. What in the world is this? Oh! Look at that. That is crazy. Look at that thing. That's pretty far out. Get your coffee. Let's have a glass. Dude, this is really interesting. I'm not gonna lie. But look at that. Definitely a tornado around there that impacted around Orlando. I mean, my goodness. What in the world? Okay, this was the latest stuff. Just went through our house. Oh yeah, that is indeed a large tornado. I mentioned before earlier on the stream that this was probably an 1/8 of a mile wide, and definitely could continue. Definitely was really interesting. For the people who are new to the stream, this is the tornado that I was covering as it went through Orlando. You can definitely see multiple power flashes with a bunch of debris. Not really a bunch of debris, but there is some debris across the board, so it'd be pretty interesting to watch. I do want to see what all they're probably going to say about it tomorrow. I want to see the damage just so I can, in my opinion, judge based off of how strong it was. Now, obviously, there are, meteorologists who actually do it for real. This is some of the damage. Decent level damage. Decent damage. Just by looking at this stuff, obviously there probably was more damage. I'd say this is EF0, EF1 damage, something like that. Okay, Francie, I got one thing to, well, a thing to say that could possibly calm you down. Oh, never mind. This is a confirmed tornado. Let's just go full screen real quick. We'll cover that tornado in a second. The best way to calm you guys down for the people who live in Orlando. All right. First off, you should already be in your safe space. If you live in the tornado warning in Orange and Seminole County, you should be in your safe space. Now, allow me to kind of, settle you all down for a little bit. If you think of it this way, everything with weather, when it comes to severe tropical stuff like that, it's just basically rain falling from the sky. Severe wind. Fast-moving air with a bunch of rain falling from the sky. Hail. Frozen rain in assorted sizes falling from the sky. Tornadoes. Rain being spun up in a circle from the sky. Tropical storms. Large, spinning thunderstorms, which just so happens to have rain falling from the sky. If you think of it like that, where it's just rain is falling from the sky, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Now let's talk about this actual tornado warning for Orange and Seminole. This was confirmed by weather spotters. I don't know where as to it was confirmed. Actually, there was a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop back there, but I mean, I don't really see all too much in my honest opinion. Let's see if we can find it. This was located over Orlo Vista. Interesting. So in and around those areas, definitely could be something really interesting. We got a moderate. I'm getting reports of a moderate that has been issued. Oh, yes. Chat, did I not say that the only way this would get issued as a moderate risk would be if it was only for wind? Did I not say this? Did I not say this? I did say this. I have been on point with my predictions. Will North D-Land just be affected a little bit? No direct hit. Give me a couple seconds. Couple seconds, please. Okay, so D-Land, depending upon where you live, North D-Land seems to just be getting some rain. So honestly, just some rain. It won't be like too big, but it'll be getting some rain. You'll maybe see some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail. I don't really think that there's anything tornadic in around there. But, still something to keep in mind. People need to continue to monitor that. How many tornadoes are confirmed today? Don't know. Just know that there was a giant tornado that impacted Orlando, and that Orlando's kind of under the gun again. So, something to keep in mind. So, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Definitely a lot of gusty winds, though. There was apparently a reported tornado with this, probably at the beginning of its life cycle, I would say it would. But right now, it does seem to have just a lot of gusty winds across the board. Doesn't seem to be organized whatsoever. This coverage is way better than when this came from with 2,500 views. Well, thank you, Blake. I really do appreciate that. What about Davenport? Davenport is kind of different. Give me 2 seconds. It does ring a bell, actually. Yeah, Davenport, Florida. I knew it. Davenport right now, kind of out of the risk right now, in my honest opinion. They'll see some scattered storms. They might even see some more storms later tonight, as I did mention that there would be another round of thunderstorms that would be heading off through Florida by later around midnight. Well, not really around midnight, but it would be late this evening into tomorrow morning. You could see some more bands surging through in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind there. But definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor this even into the night. I would say you would have put on notifications on your phone just in case if the National Weather Service does issue some sort of tornado warning. You could definitely take your proper precautions, have a plan in place. How's Orlando? I think a tornado just hit behind your house. There's definitely some gusty winds. Definitely some gusty winds around in Orlando, I should say. There is a tornado warning right now with a reported tornado from weather spotters. Probably was previously in the warning, but as of right now, it does seem as if it's gusty winds. But I still have to mention that this is a tornado warning, and no matter what, granted, it is dark outside, and there's a good chance that it's pretty much high precipitation, so you won't be able to see any of it. So you need to just go ahead and take your precautions, just get into a safe space. Ricardo Sosa, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. So really interesting to say the least. People need to continue to monitor this, as this is basically round 3 for Orlando. So something that people need to continue to monitor as that continues to move on through. Yep, so people need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through Orlando. Just remember, people, if stuff you think is kind of just, if you want a way to kind of calm down, just remember that it is just rain falling from the sky. And if you think of it like that, you'll be fine. Trust me, you'll be fine. News 13 has said confirmed tornado on the ground. Okay, so there it is. The Trojan weather spotters, as well as news outlets, have said that this was on the ground, or this was on the ground. So I'd say continue to treat it as if it is, depending upon where it is, anywhere across the board from Edgewood, Orlando, all the way up to Fairview Shores, to Lockhart, Forest City. You guys should already be in your safe spaces. Eatonville, Maitland, Winter Park, Goldenrod, Union Park, Wakiwa Springs, and Altamonte Springs. You guys need to continue to take your precautions as that continues to move on through. Yes, I do understand that they issued a moderate risk, and it actually is, pretty much so justified. There is still a 5% chance for tornadoes there, and they expanded the 2% chance for tornadoes towards the Jacksonville area. Not exactly towards Jacksonville, or Jacksonville isn't really in the risk right now, but still something to where people around there need to continue to monitor that across the board. Your mom's in Daytona. Is that place all right? I believe Daytona is okay. I believe it is. I don't think that they were going to get a lot. Stay safe and indoors. Yes, indeed. I do recommend that you guys, if you are being impacted by any of these storms, by any sort, you guys need to go ahead and just continue to monitor that. So Daytona Beach isn't directly going to get impacted. It's kind of similar to what North DeLand is kind of dealing with. It's kind of just heading towards the west of it. But if you live kind of west of Daytona Beach, then you guys could probably get something. So it'd be pretty interesting. I don't know, but anyways, something is where people need to continue to kind of take their proper precautions as this continues to move off to the north. People need to continue to monitor that. All these risks. As I said, popcorn storms across the board. Any of these storms could produce tornadoes to where it's kind of similar to how QLCS is. People need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off to the north. As I've mentioned before, due to the fact that it is reoccurring rain across the board in Florida, seems legit. Florida, there could be some flooding risks. So people over there need to also continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. Someone check Ochi. Ochi is out of the risk right now, but I would say it would be a good idea if you stayed indoors for a couple extra minutes, and then as that continues to move on through, then you should be okay. I do want to go take a look back at the derecho that has been surging on through. Multiple reports of wind gusts across the board, 94 miles per hour, as well as 70 miles per hour, actually 81 miles per hour across the board if you live in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings in South Dakota down into Nebraska to Colorado and even into Kansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions and get inside. Some dangerous wind gusts across the board. There was even reports of 124 mile per hour wind gusts back in Utah. So people, just for reference, this thing definitely continues to show potential as it could be definitely strong across the board. Is Winter Garden safe? Winter Garden, give me 2 seconds. Give me a couple seconds. On Twitter, sent a picture of the tornado most likely peak over Conway. Okay, I'll definitely take a look at that in a bit. We'll take a look at that at the same time. Yeah, Ochi seems to be fine. Everyone in Florida, right? How you recommend getting hurricane shutters? Yeah, I agree. Okay, so Winter Garden seems to be all right as of right now. I feel like they're actually, yeah, they're out of the risk right now. So you guys could get outside, assess your situation, but still something to where you guys need to go ahead, continue to monitor this across the board. Definitely later tonight, you guys could see something as it continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind across the board. Been here since the start of the stream. Seems legit. Well, we kind of had to end the first one off due to the fact that the internet was dying, but then we created a new one right afterwards, and we stayed persistent. We saw the tornado in Orlando. That one was quite intense, so something to keep in mind. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't believe that there would be any. I don't think there's any big risk right now for you guys in Ochi, so you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. Just for a recap, as I've mentioned. The reason why Orlando is kind of in a frenzy right now is due to the fact that there was a quite large tornado. I'd say in about possibly an eighth of a mile wide. Definitely something to where people needed to take their precautions. As I mentioned before, people needed to continue to kind of monitor that. Take a look at that, chat. That actually is a really interesting video coming out from Twitter. Look at that. That is definitely a intense tornado. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through, or that moved on through. That there has been a history of producing tornadoes today. So my goodness. Anything interesting that you missed? Depends. Were you here for the Orlando tornado? Even though there is a tornado warning for Orlando right now. Which, by the way, Orlando right now, the actual metropolitan area, the northern, the western, and the southern parts of Orlando are experiencing this at the moment. So it's a lot of gusty winds, not a lot of tornadoes. So across the board, just basically a bunch of stuff to where it's a lot of gusty winds, but not really a lot of tornadic potential. However, you still could see stuff later along in the line, as I've mentioned, very similar to how QLCS is, which actually this is kind of its own linear segment, its own bow echo. So it could potentially produce tornadoes along the line there, as well as these popcorn cells from the actual outer bands of Cristobal. There's actually a new tornado warning for Lake County in Florida. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And this has the capability of producing excessive straight line wind damage and possible tornadoes. So basically across this entire line, the National Weather Service is saying that there could be some quick spin-ups along the lines in and around here. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. This will be eventually heading off into the Umatilla area, along the State Route 19 area, as well as the County Route 450 area and the County Route 42 area. So if you live near Umatilla, Altoona, Pittman, Palsy, Lake Catherine, I should say, and the Pine Lakes area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. Implying the word rotations is the fact that the National Weather Service has said that there could be rotations down and along that entire line. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Apopka, somebody asked if that was okay, and I do believe that Apopka is actually out of the risk right now, so you should be fine. Is New Smyrna Beach going to be impacted? Give me 2 seconds. But yeah, Apopka is fine. And if I mispronounced that, I am terribly sorry. But I do believe that they are fine. Let's see. So Smyrna Beach isn't going to be impacted as of this moment. However, they could be impacted within the next, I'd say, 45 to 50 minutes. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that if you live down and around those areas. Winter Park. Somebody asked for Winter Park. Winter Park's currently getting impacted as of this moment. I would say that you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Is Oviedo good? Give me a couple seconds as I try to figure out where that is. And if I do accidentally miss you, do keep in mind that I am trying to keep up with practically everyone here in the chat. So Oviedo, you are in a tornado warning right now. However, you guys aren't being impacted as of this moment. You guys could, however, be impacted, I would say, within the next 5 to 10 minutes, probably 10 minutes. So something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east. What do they do with the animals at SeaWorld doing this type of stuff? I've got no clue. I'm going to be completely honest. As I mentioned before, everyone in these areas, you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. Is a tornado in Alabama? No, not right now. There is not a tornado in Alabama right now, or at least not according to all of this. Is Oakney, Florida in Orange County? I'm not sure. I think it is. Is it? Hold up, let's find out. Yeah, it is in Orange County. It is in Orange County. Let's see. There's a tornado in Kansas. I'm not sure if there is one right now. Let's take a look. We can actually take a look at that real quick just to see. Go over to Goodland. There actually was a thunderstorm wind gust causing some downed trees. So something to keep in mind with that. You should take a look at the SPC. There is a moderate risk. Yes, I do indeed. I have indeed seen that. I did say that there could possibly, the only reason why there would be a moderate risk is for the wind. And because the derecho has constantly produced winds over 70 miles per hour across the board, I wasn't really surprised. Do I use one monitor or dualies? I use 3. I have one right there, and I have one right there, and then I have the one that I'm using right now. So, gonna shut down the phone, save battery, 17% charge. That's fine. Thanks for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate it. Tornado warning, northern Lake County in Florida. Yep, indeed. Basically because there was a long line of cells that could have actually produced these quick spin-ups across the board. So something to keep in mind. I don't know what just happened, but I think that was my little brother, to be completely honest. But anyways, there's thunder in Massachusetts, huh? Yeah, there's actually a severe thunderstorm warning for Essex, Middlesex, Norfolk, Plymouth, and Suffolk County. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you might want to actually just, just keep in mind stuff like that. There actually is a slight risk up there, so, might want to keep monitoring that. Let's see. Upgrading to Alienware monitors. Twitch hasn't gave me a payout yet. You're on the grind. Well, keep at it. Definitely keep at it. Gonna get hit by that derecho? Yeah, I think you should probably take proper precautions then. Honestly, I think you should. Get to a sturdy house. Sturdy building. Is a tornado in Tennessee? Nope. I do not believe that there is a tornado in Tennessee right now. Should you continue monitoring it? Yes, you definitely should. Even if I'm not monitoring something, you guys should continue to monitor for your own benefit as well, because your lives are more important than a guy who's sitting out in Pennsylvania with nothing. So, your lives are more important than what I'm doing here. You guys can continue to monitor this stuff on your own, even if I'm not doing so. Shadowmere Plays, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. Do I think there's going to be a 10% tornado in North Dakota? There honestly could be. It's borderline right now. I'm conflicted. I am really conflicted because the models, every single time they said that something is going to be good, it rips it away from us. So I'm just like, this close. Is there one in downtown Orlando? Not right now. Orlando actually seems to be getting close to the end of the risk. They're still dealing with a lot of gusty winds, but there is just kind of doing their own thing. We need some merch that says across the board and then a moderate risk symbol on the back. Seems legit. Duke Lay, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I really do appreciate it, you guys. Thank you all so much for the subscriptions. If you guys are new to this, by the way, and enjoy my content, feel free to be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new. You can hit the bell if you want to see stuff like this. I basically cover severe weather whenever stuff I believe could be rather, could be impacting life or property. So, something that you guys definitely should keep in mind just by going on to my channel. So, thank you for your time, your cooperation, your patience. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I'm just getting right now. Alter is seeing forecast models in the middle of June that show 3 feet of snow in the U.S. border. Yeah, that sounds about right. So is Orlando going to live? Yeah, Orlando right now is dealing with a bunch of gusty winds. Nothing tornadic. I will tell you this. If you live in downtown Orlando, the tornado risk is past you. The tornado risk is completely past you, and you guys are now just dealing with gusty winds. So that is the good news. The bad news is that you still are dealing with gusty winds. So you guys are probably going to want to continue to monitor it. What time the storm ends depends upon where you live. Depends upon where you live. So you could see stuff, you know, it just honestly depends. Honestly depends upon where you live. Let's see. Live in Winter Garden. Should you be worried? So Winter Garden right now, I believe is out of the risk. So Winter Garden, if you live in Winter Garden, you're fine. How the tornado issue? The tornado warning itself is fine. How this was issued was by the National Weather Service in Melbourne. It had decent rotation before, but now it turned into more of a straight line wind threat. Although it could be trying to do something again. It's still difficult. It's kind of just trying, but it's doing its own little thing. So, also, if you guys do want to, you know, hang around with me more and the people that are on the stream, and we even have some people who are as knowledgeable as I am, go down to the description down below. My Discord server has almost 300 members, and you could be another one. So. Definitely would be nice. What about Orlando? Orlando right now, gusty wind threat. Tornado risk out of the window. So you guys are fine. But everything else, not really too keen. Bunch of gusty winds, some rain. But you guys will be able to get out of the risk relatively soon. Somebody asked, let's see, give me a second. Tropical storm predictions and the rainfall heading. Oh, you're asking someone else. Well, I'll get to that as soon as these tornado warnings kind of dissipate a bit. I'll get into what I believe what will happen with Cristobal across the board. Is Apopka in danger? Give me a couple seconds. I've just been like jumping from place to place to place, so you know my memory kind of lacks a little bit, but. Apopka, Florida, seems to be out of the risk. So if you live in Apopka, around those areas, you are fine. Curious as to why SPC puts a moderate out? Mainly because, let's quickly go over to this thing again. First thing that I want to mention, gusty wind just reports across the board. And actually, you know what? Real quick, I'll even show you. Look at how many wind reports are here, chat. Look at how many. That is from the QLCS that I have now designated as a derecho over in the Northern Plains that has moved through into South Dakota. Just want to mention to you all that derecho has actually produced winds in upwards of 124 miles per hour. Just want to mention to you all that. Let's see. Orlando is fine. As I mentioned, Orlando is fine. Orlando is good. So here's Orlando. It's good. It's doing his own thing. Let's see. Atlanta got hit by 2 tornadoes, but the risk is over. Yeah, the tornado risk for Orlando is basically over. It's fine for right now. But, you know, as I mentioned, stuff out there, kind of crazy. Get shelter, dude. Yeah, probably should get into a safe place. There's another storm out in the sea right now, forming from Africa. Tropical depression. What? What do you mean? I gotta say, there is a couple stuff that's kind of piquing my interest when it comes to the tropics. But as of right now, you know, it's kind of this is it for Cristobal, and then it'll move on through. So, but I will say the tornado warnings are kind of just doing their own little thing. Is the risk over in Orlando? Yes, the risk is over in Orlando. Are the storms dying out at all? No, they're not going to die out for quite some time. As a matter of fact, anywhere in Florida could possibly see stuff later in the evening. Probably like much later after midnight into the morning hours. You guys probably could see another round of cells that could possibly produce more tornado warnings. So something to keep in mind about that. Let's see. Is the risk over in Oviedo? Okay. Well then, give me a second. Is OC okay now? Yes. Okay. Look. Boom. Oki's fine. Where do I live? I live in South Central PA. Far from where all this stuff is happening. Oviedo, Florida. They're about to get impacted within the next couple of minutes, so you might want to continue to monitor that. You'll definitely get some sort of gusty winds. Is Sanford okay? Give me 2 seconds. I'll see where Sanford is. Sanford is getting impacted right now. So Sanford, you guys are going to get some gusty winds. I don't really see anything tornadic in my honest opinion. So you guys might want to continue to monitor that as it continues to move on through. Did you just see anime on my screen? Yes, you probably did. I do enjoy... Let's put it this way. Don't bully me for watching anime. It's an acquired taste. It's basically cartoons for teenagers and adults. True facts. How long until that cell gets the new Smyrna Beach? 2 seconds, please. I do remember where that is. About 40 to 45 minutes. Brevard County. I'll take a look and see where that is. Downtown Boston's about to get hammered. Oh, yeah. They're currently getting... That's a severe storm and a half over there. I'm going to be completely honest. Actually, as a matter of fact, we can go ahead and take a look at that for ourselves. Zerst, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. And then Simon D2, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that as well. Castlevania is where it's at. Dude, that actually rocked. I actually enjoyed that anime. Honestly, it wasn't that bad of an anime. I enjoyed it. Yeah, Boston's definitely going to get impacted with some winds and some hail. Definitely could see hail in upwards of half an inch and around those areas. So something to keep in mind. Yeah, very strong squall line moving through Orlando and stuff like that. AJ Calvaca, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. And I will have to ask, for any of you who are new, please feel free to go ahead and leave a subscription for myself. It helps me in the long run. Helps me with YouTube's algorithm. Same thing with liking the video. So if you do that, that would completely make... Well, that would be appreciated. I really would appreciate that. Is Brevard County out of the risk? Brevard County is not... Northern Brevard County is not. Okoki. Is that how you pronounce it? Is that how you pronounce it? I told you. I live up in the north. I'm an East Coast pleb. I don't know how to pronounce things that are outside of my area. Oh, Kohi is fine. So, thank you, Jane, for clarifying that. I really do appreciate that. Am I going live tomorrow? You betcha. When Cristobal impacts the U.S., guess who's going to be there? I don't know who else is going to, but guess who's going to be there? I'm going to be there. When severe weather ramps up again tomorrow night, guess who's going to be there? Me. So, we're to think about only 28,000 people are in the moderate risk. Yeah, but to be fair, they kind of included Rapid City and stuff like that. Jennifer Ashmore, thank you for the subscription. Westport, Virginia. Jamie, you can do it yourself. I'm just kidding. We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that. If I remember correctly, Westport was like over here. Somewhere. I'm just gonna assume that you guys are getting some stuff. Oh, yeah, there's Westport. Yeah, Westport's definitely getting some gusty winds, maybe some large hail. I don't think there's anything organized when it comes to anything tornadic, but definitely should seek some sort of shelter. Naked's 2K subs, burn down my Yeezys. Actually, we are doing a room tour. A lot of people wanted a room tour at 2K subs, so. Be back, right back. Gonna go for a little bit. Okay, that's fine. South Dakota is an awesome state. Honestly, it's underrated. Very much so underrated. Probably because there's not really too much that's happening. Have a nice night, everyone. Bye. Yep. See ya, AJ. Thanks for coming out. I really do appreciate that. I really do. There was a wedge water spout. There was. There's a bunch of stuffs that happen. Gotta go. Have a great night. See you in the stream tomorrow. Yep. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks for coming out. Mississippi isn't really seeing too much. I'm gonna be completely honest. They're gonna see stuff tomorrow. I will say that. Southern Mississippi is gonna see stuff tomorrow. I am curious, chat. I am curious. What have the hurricane hunters seen? Okay, so the one hurricane hunter is finished. So the one of them's heading back to Florida. The other one still in progress. Look at this, chat. They see some stuff at flight level, some winds that are up in almost 55 knots, which is around 60 miles per hour across the board. So that's really interesting too. People need to continue to monitor this. This could get increased up to a 60 mile per hour tropical storm. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, but at flight level, it does seem as if it is mainly just around 35 to 40 knots. So, I mean, it could stay as a 50 mile per hour storm. It could get increased. It's kind of that borderline, and I think actually, if it goes through these thunderstorms right up here, it could possibly increase, which is actually what it will probably do. It'll go up here, and then it will make the steep descent down through to try and get through those thunderstorms. Am I going to chase Cristobal? I would love to, but nope. Although, I might, keyword might, ask my cousins. If something goes up the coast of the U.S. and impacts North Carolina and South Carolina, I might ask my cousin if I could actually, chill out in their house. Where's the tornado currently? Good news. There isn't a tornado on the ground right now, but there is a tornado warning for Lake County. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If I take a look across the board, not really a lot of, areas of rotation. I think this was taken as more of a precaution, just in case. But a lot of gusty winds across the board. People need to continue to monitor that. In my honest opinion. Let's see. It's going to be a bad hurricane season. That's true. It's probably going to be above average. I predicted 17 to 19 named storms in the beginning. I'm not changing mine because I'm too stubborn. I will take the fault like a champ. But it will probably be more than that. Maybe be up to 22 named storms. If I could change it, I would change it to like 18 to 22 named storms. Something like that. You're in the tornado path and the power is out. What should you do? You should definitely go into your safe space, get underground, or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And you would just stay there for quite some time. I don't know. I kind of wanted to be the rebel. I didn't think that stuff wouldn't ramp up as quickly as they would. And who knows? There might not be anything in July. July, there might not even be anything. So, who knows? Guess we will have to see. Can you join my Discord? Yes! Description down below. Storm Central. There's a link right next to it. And right there is the way that you can join Storm Central. And that goes to everyone else, too. We have 294 people on the server. I would love to get up to 300. Love to get up to 300. So, definitely one of those things where if you feel like my server would be nice, we talk about weather, we also talk about other stuff. You know, we just have fun in general. Be nice. What would we expect in Lake Mary, Florida? Give me a couple seconds as I try and figure out where that is and give you an accurate forecast. Lake Mary, Florida. Okay. So, Lake Mary, Florida right now, you just dealt with a bunch of gusty winds. You're still dealing with some rain, but I can expect this all to move out of your area within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And you should be all right until later tonight into tomorrow morning, where you could see some more popcorn showers, similar to how today was with the different tornado warnings and stuff like that. But other than that, just really some gusty winds, no tornado threat, happy to report. You should be fine for now if you stay in a safe building. Let's see. You're waiting for a new season for Titan, My Hero Academia. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, those are pretty good animes. They are pretty good. For some reason, I like the ones that are short, though. Except for whatever reason, High School DxD. But, meh. It is what it is. You predict a tornado warning soon for South Dakota. Guessing near interior. I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't. Is it going to storm in Alabama? Not right now, but it will definitely do so later, probably tomorrow. Let's see. Someone say moderate risk. We really want to burn down the Yeezys. There already is a moderate risk. Moderate risk right here. It's having a whale of a time with 45% significant wins. Which, by the way, these risks, I feel like, aren't accurately described to people. So allow me to try and describe it as best as possible. These risks give you a percentage chance of what you might experience. So a 45% chance for gusty winds. Let's put it this way. It's a 45% chance to experience gusty winds of over 58 miles per hour. Okay? Then you have the transparent black line thing, the black circle, which is the hatched risk, all right? That is a 10% chance or greater of you experiencing winds over 74 miles per hour. So, there's that. And then the hail, 15% chance of you experiencing hail in upwards of an inch. If it was hatched, it would be 2 inches, stuff like that. And then tornadoes. We'll get to that when we cross that bridge, but green and orange counties showing on velocity. Let's take a look at that real quick. Definitely a lot of gusty winds, I will have to say. Thank you, Kent. I really do appreciate the kind words. I really do. Thanks for coming out to the stream. If you are going to still monitor the stream, then, that's fine by me. But thank you for the kind words. You wish I had a bunker? I mean, in my older house, I used to not have one. But to be fair, I lived in West Virginia, so we didn't really need it. Let's see. I do want to quickly take a look and see what the aircraft recon team has found. Yep. So as I've mentioned before, this is one of the flight patterns that the aircraft reconnaissance jets actually take. So what they do is they actually make this kind of zigzag type thing where they just like go into separate corners. They make a 45-degree turn, do all these different curls and stuff like that. You know, and they make this giant box in the end, which is kind of cool. All right, but they'll cut through, they'll try and slice through these thunderstorms, and I believe you could see some velocities and upwards and maybe even sustained 60 miles per hour. So something to keep in mind around there. Could be something that Cristobal could continue to increase in strength. But it'll be something that I'll continue to monitor in itself. And actually, I do want to take a look and see Cristobal for itself. So here's Cristobal, all right? You got the center of low pressure with these outer bands that are being spun around into Cristobal. You can kind of see across the board this giant low pressure system that you would kind of envision as a tropical system. But the reason why there isn't really like a lot of thunderstorms and stuff like that in and around right here is because there's some wind shear that's kind of pushing everything out and around that area. And around here, there's a lot of like dry air, maybe a little bit. Not really like too much dry air, but there's some. But out and around here, you would think that these thunderstorms would be swirled into the center of low pressure and actually intensify this thing. But because of the gusty winds, the wind shear, that's actually pushing the thunderstorms away from Cristobal. Cristobal only has to worry, Cristobal only has the thunderstorms around the center of low pressure for it to deal with, and which it's going to probably slowly intensify if it was intensifying already. So, something to keep in mind. But the reason why Florida is dealing with all of these storms is because the wind shear is literally pushing all the thunderstorms out into that general vicinity. So, something to keep in mind around there. Kind of a cool little feature to show off for you all as to how all of this exactly is happening. So, yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's see. Inventories. Because you on the plane. Someone has followed my Twitch, which is kind of funny. Kind of funny. But anyways, you're on the plane. What? You're using plane Wi-Fi? What? What do you mean? Well, anyways. Let's go over what exactly will be happening with Cristobal. Let's go over all the risks here. For all of you who are new and do not know about, based off of what all is currently happening with Cristobal, as of the 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time outlook, Cristobal was found with 50 mile per hour maximum sustained wind gusts and had a pressure of 993 millibars. It was moving north at 12 into the general vicinity of Louisiana. If we take a look at the forecast cone for you all, basically saying what I said for the past week, maybe week and a half, something could be going into the eastern part of Louisiana, and which in this case it technically is doing so. So afterwards, then it will head up towards Arkansas into Missouri and then kind of merge in with this boundary that's being pushed off due to the low pressure and what all is actually happening up in the northern plains right now. Just by taking a look, the rainfall for you guys, as I've mentioned before, New Orleans is kind of in my hot zone. So my hot zone, for any of you guys who are new, my hot zone is basically where I think a specific area could see worse conditions than others. This includes severe weather. So if I think that one area is going to be worse, it probably will be worse than other areas. So New Orleans, in and around that area, the suburbs, from south to east, in Louisiana, you guys could probably see worse conditions across the board. So already here you can see outlined in orange 6 to 10 inches of rain that will be caused due to Cristobal moving into that general vicinity, as well as if we take a look at the storm surge from the National Hurricane Center, you can see 2 to 4 feet upwards of storm surge from Morgan City to the mouth of the Mississippi River, and then from the mouth of the Mississippi over to the Ocean Springs vicinity. You can definitely see some storm surge from 3 to 5 feet. And you might even see some stuff in Lake Pontchartrain that could be up and upwards of a foot to maybe even 3 feet and around those areas as well. So something to keep in mind. And then obviously from Mobile all the way down following Mexico City Beach all the way down to Tampa Bay and Marco Island. You can see some storm surge in upwards of 1 foot to 3 feet above normal sea level. So something to keep in mind there, but not just this flooding risk. There's not just a flooding risk for these areas too. All right. The issue here as well is that there is also a tornado risk for tomorrow. If we take a look, and I'll actually zoom this in for you guys a bit, you can see that if I switch over to tornadoes, there is indeed a 5% chance for tornadoes near New Orleans. And that right there is pretty interesting too, due to the fact that all the basically it is going to be directly impacting the south, and these bands will have unimpeded friction whatsoever with the ocean that'll kind of produce these quick little spin-ups moving into that general vicinity. So kind of similar to what's happening in Florida today, you can indeed see that heading into New Orleans as it moves on. I will not rule out the chance of some tornadoes in Florida either. There could be some stuff due to the bands there too, but still something to where people could continue to monitor that as well. So something to keep in mind, What's your prediction of how many named storms will be this year? May have underpredicted a little bit, but I said 17 to 19 in the beginning of the year. I'm now inclined to believe 18 to 22, but I'm taking it like a champ because I can admit when I'm wrong, and I'm also pretty stubborn. So, but you can definitely see something in upwards of those numbers of how many named storms around there. Let's go back into what all is happening in Florida. No tornado warnings. Absolutely none in Florida, which is the good news here, because Florida is definitely, seen enough for today. There definitely could be some stuff later on in the evening into the morning, but, Florida has definitely seen enough, especially around Orlando. Orlando, definitely one of those things where people, need to kind of monitor that, and they need to they're kind of done. So, definitely around there to where people need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. Heard the loudest thunder strike. Yeah. I mean, some are really interesting. Nate, kiss me. Oh boy, seems legit. Yeah, so Florida, no more tornado warnings. None at all, which is the good news here. New Smyre Beach, good now. Not quite. They're going to be experiencing some stuff in about, I would say, 20 to 25 minutes. Stuff like that to where you guys need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. It is definitely bowing out. You can possibly see some sort of rotation that could, might even develop just sort of north of Geneva. Might be something in around there to where a little bit of the jutting winds and the inflow and surging in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. People need to continue to monitor that storm. As that continues to move off to the north and east. Moderate risk. 45. And then, give me a couple seconds. 15. I'm just editing all the stuff here so that for anyone who's new, they can definitely just take a look in, see what all is happening, and then be gone. Let's see. Never heard loud a thunder strike. Oh, interesting. No tornadoes through New Smyre Beach. You might see something. You might. I would still monitor this, but still something to where you guys need to continue to monitor it. High risk? What? What do you mean high risk? There's only a moderate risk. But anyways, what's SD? South Dakota. South Dakota is that. Really interesting that there's that 45% chance of gusty winds there. I mean, I did say that if there were to be a moderate, it would be because of that. How long is it going to be in Orlando? If you're talking about like gust, rain and stuff like that, should be relatively soon. I'd give it 5 to 10 minutes for you guys to actually be done with rain for a bit. And then you'd possibly have more cells that'll be developing later on in the evening on throughout the night. So something to keep in mind there as that continues to move off to the north. Central Georgia, Central Alabama could be put in a marginal risk. Honestly, they could. I wouldn't... possibly for the 2% chance of tornadoes, maybe. If not, the wind risk. But honestly, not really too much. They might just get general thunderstorm. They might. Stay safe out there, person that does things. Don't go away on me. You need to just take your precautions. Really interesting across the board, I have to say. Let's take a look at the QLCS that's moving through. Good news is that there isn't really a lot of large areas. Have some Discord drama at the moment. Well, then deal with it. I'd take proper precautions. I mean, I don't know what you all are doing, but you guys take proper precautions and I'll support you for it. More chaos. Chaos ensues. I gotta say, the weather community does not rest. The chaos never ends. Nana's wooden spoon before? No, I've been beaten with my mom's wooden spoon before. True facts. And a Switch. Switch was chaos. I absolutely did not like it when the frickin' Switch... we got killed with the Switch. Yeah, just a lot of gusty winds, spotty hail across the board. If you live along I-90, you definitely should take a precaution. You definitely should. Why are the warnings so huge now? Due to the fact that this thing literally is like a derecho. And the risks are for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is probably for 70. Yep, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is probably for 70. There's just a bunch of stuff across the board. There could be tornado warnings in and around this, but honestly, nothing really too much. Not a lot of dice. I do want to take a look at what this not tornado warning, this severe thunderstorm warning is. I'm curious to see in Minnesota as to whether or not... Okay, so it's just like this embedded, this little line thing, my bobber, so it's okay. Orlando. Yes, we will get back to Orlando. Orlando is out of the risk. They're still getting rain, but they're out of the tornado risk, so they should be fine. Now, I'm going to be completely honest. Daytona Beach is not out of the risk. I feel like a terrible person because I couldn't help picture being with a Nintendo Switch. Laughed harder. He should have. Seems legit. Seems legit. Maybe some broad rotation in that bow. Have you checked on the gate on some of those kinks? Yeah, I mean, definitely. I said before, this could possibly do something in around here. I wouldn't be surprised if something attempts to form. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Orlando is out of the risk, so the people who are in Orlando, you guys are fine. The people who live near the Daytona Beach, I know there's someone who lives in New Smyrna Beach, you guys will be getting some gusty winds. Maybe the potential of some sort of tornadic activity. I cannot put it past you guys because of how unpredictable these could be and how they can form on a dime. So just one thing to where people need to continue to monitor that, especially if you live along I-95. If you guys live along I-95 or even US Route 1, you guys might definitely want to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and just go ahead and get into a safe, get indoors. I'd say get indoors. You hear what's up? Just came in. Nothing really too much. There's definitely some sort of just gusty winds across the board with the possibility of some sort of tornadic risk. So you're in South Daytona, well, you might want to continue to monitor the weather. East side of the storm, always the messy side. Yep, indeed. Because that's typically where the storms are going to be moving. West to east. Pray for a person that does things. Indeed, indeed. You're subscribing, like the channel. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Nick. I really do appreciate it. I try. I try. I try to give accurate information, at least. I try not to overhype things. I try to not sugarcoat anything. I actually try to give you all information that's useful and not irrelevant. Because I feel like that's an issue nowadays. I feel like it's an issue, but oh well. You're in New Smyrna Beach. Yeah, you're probably going to want to continue to monitor the storm. Get to Discord. New drama is emerging. Why me? I don't want to get to Discord. You guys can do whatever you want. I have moderators for a reason. Boom, we did that. It's thundering and lightning so much here in South Daytona. Yeah, you guys are probably experiencing a bunch of stuff. Either that or you're gonna be experiencing a bunch of stuff relatively soon. Thank you. I was looking for a live weather. You're the best. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Wait, I feel so bad for butchering people's names. So let's try it anyways. And then you can correct me afterwards. Call me an idiot. Wiguins. I'm gonna hope that that's correct. Wiguins no, yeah, just thank you, Wiguins. I appreciate that. I wonder if that's Amboys or I think it's Amboys. I think, maybe. I don't know. Feel free to correct me. Yeah. Try my name. Well, did have Alyssa. And then there's a lol. And then there's another L. But anyways, to all the people who are actually out here into this stream, I really do want to say, I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all for coming out. I appreciate you all for having fun. Try to make weather fun. I try it. Chaos is ensuing. It's getting closer to me. Well, you might want to just continue to monitor it, but definitely you're going to want to. You're definitely going to want to continue to monitor it. Get into a safe space. Thank you for not saying Elisa. I mean, yeah. I feel like it would be kind of, I don't know. It's kind of like a Carolyn and a Caroline. But I typically know a bunch of Elisas. Watch that twist around De Leon Springs. It probably won't. It might, but it probably won't. De Leon Springs, I think, is fine. But, always good to just, get into take a proper precautions and stuff like that. It's always nice to do that. Why is the Weather Channel doing coverage of this? It's not that bad because it produced a giant tornado near Orlando. That's basically what happened. Give me a couple seconds. Dalian Springs. Yeah, I mean, they're fine. They're fine for now. I think they're about to be done with the risk anyways. So. Let's see. It's broad, yeah, it indeed is. It indeed is. Computer keeps turning on. I don't know how to fix that. Do you think there will be tornadoes in South Daytona? There might be, but I mean, it's always nice to continue to take precautions anyways, whether or not there is. Get into a safe space. Personally, I think there probably could be just gusty winds. Probably could be just gusty winds. There is something near De Leon Springs, but honestly, I don't think it's really anything too big. And if anything, it's passed by De Leon Springs, so it's fine. Let's see. I saw 8 PDS soundings from Sunday to Monday. Yep. Sunday tomorrow is going to be pretty interesting. Going to definitely be pretty interesting. Question, is a ride in the Hurricane Hunter in my future? I mean, that is my bucket list, but quite honestly, I'm more into severe weather. Which, by the way, chat, I just want to say, after 2 weeks of me saying that I was going to do it, I actually bought my new computer, and it's coming in at the beginning of July. The beginning of July, so we can run simulations again for severe weather events and basically predict the risk across the board. Be the only ones that actually predict it correctly every single time. So we'll get there. We'll get there, chat. Can't run simulations on this computer right now because I'm just getting this thing ready just so it's mainly just a streaming computer. Then I'm going to use my graphics card to stream what stuff I'm getting from my other computer, and then boom. So, stuff like that. This year's been weird so far, indeed. Rip Nate's Grill, yeah, I did get blown up. You got a pre-built? If so, from where? Nope, no pre-built. I'm going to be building it myself. I've got all sorts of stuff that I'm getting here. Threadripper processor, I will tell you that. That is what I'm basing my entire computer off of. Just that processor and then a couple other stuff. Let's see. Flipping hate these thunderstrikes. Keep getting a mini heart attack. Seems legit. Let's see. It's gonna be really awesome. Yeah, thanks, Gavin. Eventually we'll be able to get it, and it'll be pretty interesting. You'll be able to see stuff like, let's see. I do have a singular picture. Before I had the Joplin, because I was studying the Joplin tornado. Any warnings now on that hook echo? Nope, not as of right now, but there could be stuff later. Okay, here's what I was talking about. This is the type of simulations that I'm doing. You see this kind of gray here? That's all clouds. You see these greens? That right there is the vorticity on the z-axis, moving up and down from the surface all the way up into the atmosphere. I can literally simulate tornadoes. And based off of the soundings I get from the models, I can put it into these simulations and I can see how they will actually work out better than what the models say. So, yeah. That's the plan, chat. That is indeed the plan. Is that a hook on the squall? Yeah, the one down here south of New Smyrna Beach. That'll be eventually heading off into the Edgewater area, I will say. Yeah, so it'll be pretty interesting. Wind speeds of the storm west of Phillips, South Dakota look mad. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Across the board, it's just a bunch of gusty winds. And de-aliasing across the board. Very nice. It seems as if the wind speeds have kind of melted. Rip. Indeed, indeed. Cats are sleeping. I'm not sure if my cat is sleeping. Or at least my cats, plural. But who knows? Yeah, I mean, just a lot of gusty winds across the board with some sporadic hail. Got any old models from the devastating tornadoes in the past? I used to have one of Joplin. This isn't Joplin, but this is another tornado that I had. That I was trying to predict for May 14th. That was interesting. Basically said that nothing would form. What I could theoretically do Ronan the Wolf, what's up? Welcome to the stream. New Smyrna. Okay, well, thank you for correcting me. I really do appreciate that. See, I can't... Once again, I don't know. So I appreciate you guys correcting me. I'll try and remember that. I typically do. Do you have one of the F3 that hit Orlando? Nope. I don't believe so. I only did one on a couple select few. I did one on Rochelle in Illinois. That was a 200 mile per hour EF4. And then I did one on the Joplin tornado. Here, give me a second. I'll get you guys the Joplin tornado in a second. If you give me a bit, I'll be able to get that up for you. There we go. So what I will do, I'll do that. Discord. And then we'll put that off topic because we can. And now, give me a couple of seconds. There we go. The Joplin tornado, everyone. This is what I simulated with Joplin. So, obviously, giant tornado right here. Massive winds, massive tornado across the board. I mean, look at that. That's crazy. So, gotta say, pretty cool. Save image as. I did say I was going to have it as Joplin. Joplin bigboy.png. Yep, that's exactly what we doing. There we go. So, pretty cool from that. That's what I basically do. There's a hook at the top of the bow echo. Yeah, there's a little kink. You can kind of see it right within here. You can possibly see some something from right in there. But I honestly, there is some general rotation. It just doesn't seem as if it's all too organized. It's pretty broad. Nothing really typically forms from the top of bow echoes, to be completely honest with you all. So, but it's still something to continue to monitor. So, still wondering where Perthen does things. He left all of a sudden. He's probably in the server. He'll be back. He'll be back. Just looked at the relative velocity down by Edgewater and Oak Hill. Rotation looks like it's tightening. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation in around there. I don't really foresee anything too large. But definitely some sort of gusty winds. Could be a kink in the moment. So something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. Tropical systems can do weird stuff indeed. You should do Jarrell tornado, very unusual. I might, actually. If I take a sounding of that area, I might be able to do something of that. Any tours in South Dakota? Negative, not right now. I don't think it will turn tornado warrant, in my honest opinion. All that stuff are there. You might get something right. Is that simulation software something I created? No, it's something that the government and some high-tech colleges have. I'm just using it right now until I actually go into Penn State in like 5 months. Something of the sort. What program will you be using to simulate cells? CM1. It'll be a hybrid version, though, that have been adapted from a bunch of other stuff. So, be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. As soon as we get that up and running, I'll show you guys how all that works. And then we'll get started as to forecasting. The thunder's getting so loud. Oh yeah, it's literally impacting Daytona Beach and South Daytona right now. So people around those areas, definitely one of those things where you guys are going to want to continue to monitor that. You're in Daytona Beach. Are you safe? So if you're in a if you're in a secure space, you know, to where you're in a sturdy building, you should be fine. A lot of gusty winds in around that area. A lot of gusty winds. I mean, it's just plethora of stuff around there. So, yeah, definitely wouldn't be surprised. I'm seeing some velocity values in upwards of 47, 48, maybe even 50 in some spots. So you definitely could see some wind gusts and upwards of that. Definitely one of those things where you guys, if you live along the east coast of Florida, all the way from Flagler Beach all the way down to, I'd say, maybe Oak Hill, basically paralleling US Route 1, State Route A1A, whatever that is, you guys are definitely going to want to go ahead and get into a safe space. Apparently, I am being handed a cat.
This is a cat. Felinus catus. This animal once walked the earth with the dinosaurs and then took over as the most dominant creature on this planet.
Do you want to be here? No, she does not want to be here. Well, anyways, chat. You also encounter some random stuff like that, too. Oh, another one.
Only to be eclipsed by this cat, Felinus domesticatus. This animal would kill.
You yourself said I want to go. Well, anyways, chat. You guys could also see chaos like that in some of my streams. You see, it's not always, so, not always so tense and serious. You get stuff like that, too. Well, anyways, let's get back to weather now, shall we? Definitely some gusty winds across the board in Daytona. Daytona Beach, you could definitely be seeing something in upwards of maybe 50 miles per hour, maybe 55 miles per hour, stuff like that. And then going on through, even down south of that, into I can't, is it New Smyrna? New Smyrna? I think it's New Smyrna. Definitely could see stuff in around those areas too. So something to keep in mind. Gusty winds across the board. Nothing really tornadic that I see at the moment, but you still could see stuff, even in and around those areas. Who would have went high, 60% wind. Tried to convince Smith, first high of the year. I don't think high would... Well, high is okay, but you probably would have had to have a moderate prior to having a high. You can't double increase. You can't do that. New Smyrna. Is that how it's pronounced? Smyrna. Thank you. God, I can't pronounce it. For whatever reason. Are you checking any other states? I sure am. You want to take a look at what's happening in South Dakota? How about a derecho? Anyone? Just so happens that this derecho produced 124 mile per hour winds in Utah. A lot of chaos, isn't it? I'm just kidding. No, I'm serious about the 124 mile per hour winds, though. There is actually a report of 124 mile per hour wind gust. So to tell you all that this thing was crazy, that's an understatement. Well, anyways. Yeah, a lot of gusty winds across the board. There's even some reports 60 mile per hour wind gusts, more 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Apparently, there was a 92 mile per hour wind gust here along Interstate 90, so that's crazy too. Back home safe in Charlton. Did go to a birthday party for a 3-year-old. Saw a ginormous thunderstorm winds, 70, about an inch of rain. Well, good to hear that you're safe, Max. Good to hear. Holly Hill, it's getting bad. Oh yeah, a bunch of stuff across the board near Daytona Beach, Holly Hill, South Daytona, all up and down. You definitely could see some stuff that could be impacting your area. Is my color table public? No, it is not. However, if you do ask me kindly on Discord, it will be available to you. Depends upon which color table you want, though. Can you check Louisiana? I sure can. I sure can check Louisiana. We'll use radar scope for that, however. We'll use radar scope. Getting really bad in Daytona Beach. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. Look at the latest HRRR sounding. It looks like it could be an interesting day in Minnesota. What do I think? Yeah. Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 10%, but I think 5% once again is a safe bet. It is indeed a safe bet. Louisiana, just some scattered storms. You won't be seeing really all too much until later in the evening into tomorrow morning. Definitely something to where you guys would definitely could see some stuff across the board, but you know, one thing to where you guys can continue to monitor that. You do have a tornado risk. You do have a flooding risk. So something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that. Let's see. Lots of new people here. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, I know. A lot of people who are new here. I just want to tell you all, thank you for coming out to my stream, too. I really do appreciate it. All the support that you guys give me, whether it's liking, subscribing, you know, sharing the video with people who might actually be interested. After the stream, I will have a timestamp for my live analysis on the Orlando tornado. So for people who are new, or if you guys want to look back in the stream, you guys will have the timestamp in the description down below, and you guys will be able to see my analysis on the tornado in Orlando. So definitely something to where if you guys are excited for that, be sure to look back at this stream. Let's see. Was able to give friend head up in Lakeland earlier. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Any rotation in South Daytona? Nope. Don't believe so. Same thing for Smyrna. Same thing there. Seems to be a bunch of gusty winds in and around those areas. Can I see the center of Cristobal on radar yet? Nope. David predicted that tornado in Orlando 100%. So did I. There was the tornado warning that moved on through, and then David cut out because he said that this entire risk was a bust. And then I said, literally after that tornado warning, I said, Orlando's not done. They're going to see another tornado. Boom. Sent another one. He was wrong about the winds. The winds, the ones up to the north, this I said it could be a moderate for winds 3 days ago. 3 days on my stream. Something like that. Something of the sort. I don't use the word bust for 5% tornado risk, by the way, chat. Now, that's just how I function, mainly because if it's a 10%, then it's like, you know, an enhanced risk for tornadoes and stuff like that. And 5%, if you think of it this way, is like a slight. So it's just like not really bleh. It's okay. It's okay. It's doing its own little thing. Smyrna. I can't win. I can't win. I can't win. Smyrna. Close enough. Why do I like always hold my H's? You just clicked on do not click this link and it just shows you your YouTube channel. Yeah, well, whenever someone who is new and they're like looking through in the description down below after the stream, if they don't subscribe, if they click that, it goes in and it says, are you sure you want to subscribe to Hockey Boy and 8? And so they're either forced to subscribe out of sympathy or they're just cold and heartless and they hit that X. So it's kind of fun. A little bit of a clickbait thing. That's literally the only clickbait that I do. I rarely do any clickbait. What will the severe weather be like in Ohio for the next week or so? Ohio could possibly see something around Wednesday. I was looking at something like that around Wednesday, maybe Thursday of the sort. But Wednesday, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys had some scattered storms. According to the GFS, this says that too. And then Thursday doesn't seem to be too much. You might even get something on Tuesday evening as well. Maybe just some popcorn cells from some of the outer bands of what was Tropical Storm Cristobal. So, you know, you could see something Tuesday and Wednesday. I wouldn't be surprised if you had some sort of severe risk, maybe some severe storms every now and then, but not going to be all too large in my honest opinion. Darth Revan, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How bad is it going to get tomorrow in Florida? Florida doesn't seem to be getting too bad. Ooh, the new NAMs are running. I do want to take a look at what all is happening in the north after that. But let's take a look. As you guys can kind of see, some of the cells that I've been talking about this entire time, round 2 kind of goes through, pushes on through. So now that's right around 11 Eastern. You got some of the cells that push on through, and then another band pushes on through, and then that seems to be practically it. Whenever it gets to tomorrow morning, then it kind of loses out, and you guys won't really get too much. You might see a popcorn cell every now and then on Sunday evening, maybe Sunday in the afternoon, but kind of bleh, and that really seems to be it for you all. How about over here in Lansing, Michigan for severe weather? You guys probably could see stuff for the next couple of days. Not tomorrow. I'm not sure about tomorrow. Can't remember precisely. Yeah, so tomorrow probably not. But day 3, nothing too much. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe even Thursday. I think Tuesday and Wednesday is probably the days for you guys, though, to get some sort of severe weather. Same thing around those areas. Is there high risk in Florida right now or tomorrow? Nope. Florida is only in a slight for today. Tomorrow they're not in anything. But today they're in a slight. Depending upon where you are in Florida, Tampa all the way down to Fort Myers, stuff like that, you guys are in a slight risk. Marginal extends all the way up to almost Jacksonville, however. So the Keys all the way up. Any storms in Sioux Falls area? As of right now, I don't believe there is, but I could always check. Sioux Falls, nope. There's storms out near Minnesota, but nothing else really too much, so it should be fine. Theoretically, it should be okay. It's cold in Michigan now? Oh yeah, it's going to be cold there for a bit. You guys never get a break, and you guys never get any severe storms, too. It's just always, just rain. Nothing really too interesting. Yeah, be pretty interesting. Will Detroit, Michigan get severe weather? They possibly could. Tuesday and Wednesday, as I mentioned, they possibly could get some severe weather. If we take a look at the NAM, actually, NAM is the only thing we really have in this general vicinity due to the fact of the time restraints. So you can kind of see there's the leftovers of Cristobal. Cristobal kind of brings its outer bands near Ohio and Indiana going into Michigan, in which in turn will continue to move on through, possibly produce these little popcorn cells. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a 2% chance due to the fact of how close it is towards the center of low pressure. So, you could see something every now and then. Detroit might get something, but, we'll have to see as that continues to move on through. It all depends upon how this interacts with this boundary. You see how this boundary kind of moves on through. This is Monday night into Tuesday morning. Cristobal and the boundary kind of interacts here, and it kind of just merges off and moves to the north and east. So that's what I'm kind of watching here. It'll be pretty interesting to look at. But now what I'm going to look at real quick. Have you seen the Euro forecast for Cristobal? Actually, real quick, what I could do. By the way, this is just me looking at some stuff to see the intensity of Cristobal, so it does seem as if there are some winds. And we will actually take a look at the hurricane hunters and what all they will say. But let's take a look at the model guidance for the Euro real quick. We'll take a look at that. Cristobal. Here is what the Euro says. The Euro says that it will kind of just continue to move on through, impact somewhere south of New Orleans, and then move up into Wisconsin and out that way. But that's within the next 3 days, so something to keep in mind there. There could be something. So, something to keep in mind. I do want to real quickly. Okay, so the Hurricane Hunter is making its second turn into the eye, or the center of low pressure in Cristobal. So something to keep in mind here. That people need to realize that it was 993 millibars. It could be lower. And the only reason why I'm saying, Only reason why I'm saying it could be lower is because these thunderstorms that have been popping around near the area of low pressure could possibly amplify / lower the pressure and a couple other stuff. So it'd be pretty interesting to see. I want to know if there hasn't been any drop sounding, so that's pretty interesting. So Cristobal. Well, I mean, it's kind of close enough. I predicted this thing basically on point, so I basically can call it whatever I want. I'll say tropical storm fake if I really want to, and it'll like it, because I basically predicted this thing to a T. Hypothetical situation number 1 for the people who have been here longer than a week. Welcome back, Wiguins. Welcome back. Can you show Florida radar again, please? Yes, I can indeed. A lot of scattered storms. The bow echo that has been pushing on through that originally formed near Polk City and Lakeland that had moved on through Orlando that actually caused a third tornado warning has now moved off the coast of Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach seems to be in the clear right now, so if you live around there all the way to Ponce Inlet, you guys are fine, but Smyrna Beach, you guys are going to want to continue to stay indoors for a bit. I would say that would be the safest thing. You could see some extra thunderstorms that could form just to the east of Kissimmee. You could, but as of right now, it does seem as if it's kind of just kind of scattered. Yeah, it's kind of scattered. I'd have to say it's not organized, so it's doing its own little thing. Anyways. Let's take a look and see what all is happening tomorrow. We'll take a look at the specifics, try and forecast as to what all is happening. We've been kind of like popcorning around in different events, so pardon me for how disorganized I can be. But let's take a look and see what all is going to be happening. Elevation, so nothing really too much. Could see some stuff across the board. Oh wait, that's not for tomorrow. I'm an idiot. Okay, so decent tornado risk, I gotta say. Cautious observer, what's up? Yeah, I mean, there could be some sort of tornado risk. I'm more concerned about the northwestern parts of Minnesota. If I can find a decent sounding here. Everything is so elevated, which is kind of not proving my point here. But you could see something in North Dakota too, some of these discrete cells that form. Be pretty interesting to watch. Let's see. Can I read your language? No, I definitely not. But it'll be pretty interesting, gotta say. Okay, take your time, Zane. Take your time. The storm that hit Orlando made the tornado. Did you really? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting to say the least. But it's not the latest model, so let's take a look and see. It's decent. I don't know. I'm conflicted with these models. I honestly am. Because every single time the models say that something is going to happen, they've always downtrended in the end. So should I go with my gut and say that today is probably going to be the same as yesterday? Well, tomorrow is going to be the same as yesterday. Tornado reported in South Dakota. Okay, fun times. Let's quickly take a look and see what's happening in South Dakota. By the way, a lot of gusty winds at 75 miles per hour across the board, so that's nice. A brief cone. Yeah, I told you that there could be some brief stuff coming off of that. I said yesterday. I said discrete cells, if it forms, it does its own thing, but the tornado risk is mainly just the fact that this QLCS is a thing, and it could quickly spin up across the board. Oh boy. Chaos is ensuing in my chat, but that's okay. Admiral Corgi, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. And to all the people who are new here, or to all the people who have already done this, I want to tell you all thank you so much for coming out to my stream and supporting me at any way you can, whether subscribing, liking, sharing, you know, stuff like that. I just want to tell you all thank you. I really do. I really do love the support that you guys show for me. What happened? It's Discord server. Of course it is. There we go. Alright, we got some of that. You're from Louisiana. I hope the weather won't get bad. Live here 60 years. Been through a lot of hurricanes. It won't get too bad, to be completely honest, but you'll still see some stuff. Let's go through one more time what all is going to be happening with Cristobal, shall we? We'll go into the specifics as to what all is happening right now. And we'll actually wait. We'll actually end the stream a little bit after 11. We'll end the stream a little bit after 11 Eastern Daylight Time, so 10 Central, to where we'll go over what's happening with Cristobal right now, and then we'll go over the updates as to what Cristobal will do, with the latest update at 11 Eastern Daylight Time, 10 Central. So something to real quickly, mention to where people kind of have an idea as to what all is happening. So as of right now, Cristobal from the 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time advisory, it was a 50 mile per hour maximum sustained storm with a minimum pressure of 993 millibars. It's moving north at 12 miles per hour into the eventual area of Louisiana, specifically the eastern or the southeastern parts of Louisiana. So people around there definitely should go ahead, monitor those areas for the risks that I will mention in a few. If we take a look at the forecast cone, we can see that it is actually going to continue to move on through. There's actually some tropical storm warnings ranging from Pensacola all the way down to Mobile to Biloxi, all the way into New Orleans, down and around just to the east of Lake Charles. So if you are in the tropical storm warning and you're along the coast, you probably should go further inland, because the flooding and the storm surge risk would definitely be really definitely would be there and a pending for you all. Rainfall, showing you guys the oranges indicate 6 to 10 inches of rain in and around New Orleans. I've mentioned before that New Orleans is my hotspot, and that my hotspot, for those of you who are new, indicates what I personally think is going to be the worst conditions out of all the places, out of all the risks for the entire U.S. So I believe New Orleans could possibly get it worse due to the fact that there is potential flooding risk. You can see with the rain being 6 to 10 inches. Going into the storm surge, you can see 2 to 4 feet from Morgan City to the mouth of the Mississippi River, the National Hurricane Center says, as well as from the mouth to Ocean Springs, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Even around Pontchartrain, you could possibly see something from a foot to maybe even 3 feet of storm surge. And then obviously from Ocean Springs all the way down and around into Marco Island, Florida. you can see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. But you can also see potentially something else besides flooding, and that would be the tornado risk. Due to the fact of how close the low pressure system is, it will continuously produce these little popcorn cells that we've been seeing in Florida. And for that reason, the Storm Prediction Center has given the New Orleans and the Gulfport, Mississippi vicinity, I should say, a 5% chance of tornadoes. So something to keep in mind there. People need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. Definitely one of those things where you need to go ahead and take a proper precaution across the board. So that's what's probably going to be happening with Cristobal. The timing of all this, when it comes to the specifics, we'll take a look and see for you guys. You'll start to see some of the outer bands start to impact the New Orleans area down and around 4 o'clock morning hours in Central Daylight Time, and then you could possibly see some more stuff later. The actual impacts of Cristobal actually hitting the coast with its outer bands, or not even the outer bands. If you want to count it as an eye wall, you can, but like the outer thunderstorms outside of the center of low pressure, you could see that right around noon to 8 o'clock, stuff around that stuff. So you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions in and around that area. So something to keep in mind with those stuff. And then afterwards, continuously, even more bands that'll continue to produce the opportunity for more tornadoes across the board. So something to keep in mind. Even if you're in Mississippi near Biloxi, you guys could potentially see some stuff as well. So definitely one of those things where if you live around Louisiana, even around Biloxi, Biloxi's into my hot zone too, due to the fact of its proximity to New Orleans. So something to where people need to go ahead and take their precautions moving on through. Thanks, weather going downhill in the morning. It definitely is. So definitely to where you guys need to go ahead and monitor that as that moves on through. So that's what's happening with Cristobal. We'll have an update in another 22 minutes as to what all is happening there. I do want to take a look and see what the aircraft reconnaissance mission has seen and has given us. There has been some gusty winds and upwards of 35 knots, so there might be something up there. It does seem to be weaker than it originally was. 45 mile per hour winds is what they were saying this thing had. You definitely could see something still in and around those areas, but it does seem as if the gusty winds around some of the thunderstorms out and around those areas aren't really as strong as they were. So something to keep in mind with this storm system, that it is kind of weakening a little bit. Not really a lot of structure, but still some thunderstorms that are forming on the northeastern quadrant and the southwestern quadrant. And if you guys don't know what I mean by quadrants, if I were to split this up into quadrants, which is fourths, northeastern has thunderstorms, southwestern has thunderstorms. So there's that much. Thank you, Hockey Boy, for all the great info, keeping us informed. Yep, no problem, Jennifer, no problem. I'll continue to do so as long as I can. Yeah, it's just really interesting from what all is happening there. I'm actually curious to see what all is happening. With this. So the shear continues to be really interesting. So here is Cristobal. I'll actually put on the infrared for you guys to show off that, actually, let's take the forecast. We'll go forecast off, track off, and then shear for right now. So here's Cristobal. You can see marked by the L, which stands for low pressure. You can see the outer bands of Cristobal spanning through. There's even some outer bands here, which is the reason why I'm saying that Florida could still see some stuff. You can still see that there are some thunderstorms moving towards the Tampa Bay, the Fort Myers area. So something to keep in mind, that there could still be some stuff in the southern parts of Florida, maybe even central parts of Florida as it continues to move on through. But the reason why the bands are kind of so far out to the east and they're not really bringing in a lot of thunderstorms, you can see how it's kind of a bit more, kind of not really overcasty, but there are some breaks in the clouds. The reason why that is there is because if you see all the red lines in there, that indicates how strong the wind shear is. And if you guys don't know, wind shear kind of carries thunderstorms. And in this case, this is carrying thunderstorms away from the center of low pressure in Cristobal. So it's not really getting its thunderstorms to allow it to intensify per se. All it has is the thunderstorms around the center of low pressure. So it's not really continuing to intensify as strong as some of the other tropical systems per se, but there's still stuff in and around that could definitely, could potentially increase the severity of this tropical storm. But as of right now, that's the main reason as to why there's a bunch of thunderstorms down and around Florida. Maybe even stuff later into Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi tomorrow. Look at the HRRR V4 for tomorrow. Okay, I will take a look at that in a bit. Do I think there will be a big tornado risk because you're eastern part of the cone in Louisiana? Yes, I do believe for you, Nicholas, I do believe there is some sort of decently large tornado risk for you. Well, not really large, but sporadic. I'll say it's sporadic because it could happen more than once. So definitely something to where that could be really interesting. Cynthia Green, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I really do. As I mentioned to all the people who have recently subscribed, liked the video, shared it with stuff like that, I do want to tell you, I do want to tell you all that I absolutely, I can't speak. I appreciate the support that you guys have for me, so thank you. Thank you so much. Is Deltona out of the woods in Florida, Orlando tornadoes? Yes, I believe they are. I believe Orlando is out of it. I believe Deltona is out of it for now. You could see some thunderstorms later in the evening, but as of right now, you guys are fine. So Deltona, Orlando, you guys are good. Yeah, I do want to mention, there's a bit of a stream delay, so I kind of read it when you guys give it, but you guys won't be able to see it until, like, a minute afterwards, after I see it. So it'll probably be like, say a minute or two until I actually read it and then do it for you guys. But anyways, did I get any donos? Yes, I got a couple, but that's okay. I don't encourage anyone to donate. So don't do it. We do our own thing. We vibe. We vibe. I'm really curious to see what the infrared says on these storms now. Okay, some more cells that are kind of blowing up across the board. So it's doing its own thing. I mean, you could still see some stuff along the QLCS. Definitely still gusty wind threat across the board. I am not disputing that. So definitely something to where everyone can see all of those stuff. Pretty interesting to see, to say the least. When would you expect the tornado risk on the North Shore? I will definitely take a look. Hold up. When do I think that it will get into the North Shore? Well, I mean, you guys could probably see some stuff later, too. Probably at, like, 1 in the morning. And then you could see some more stuff at around 8. 8 sounds like a reasonable time. And then going on through the evening, you guys would have an amplified tornado risk as that continues to move on through. I'm a lifesaver. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, Jennifer. I really do. Thank you so much. So yeah, as it continues to move on through, yeah, I would say you guys could see stuff around 1, and then I would say 7 to 8 right around there is where you guys could see some more stuff. So, wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Definitely would not be surprised. Okay, so Florida is out of the risk. So what we can do is we can take Florida out. We can put substitute this in for the derecho that is in South Dakota, which, mind you, has continuously produced damaging winds. 2 semi-tractor trailer trucks were actually flipped. So that tells you the intensity of how strong these wind gusts are. And as I mentioned before, there was a wind gust of 124 miles per hour in Utah. So something to keep in mind there for anyone who is new, that this thing has continuously produced gusty winds across the board. Let's see. The latest advisory came out. And it still sustains as a 50 mile per hour tropical storm, 993 millibars, moving north at 12. So, I do believe that the tornado risk is depleting. Granted, there is a giant wind risk still. I honestly kind of want to get some shut-eye before I get back to the grind tomorrow morning, or maybe even later tonight, something like that, just in case if there's any outer bands that impact Louisiana. But other than that, well, I do want to kind of get some sort of shut-eye before we stream tomorrow morning. Actually, stream tomorrow morning all the way into the evening. We'll separate it into 2 streams. We'll have the Cristobal stream, and then we'll have the severe weather and Cristobal stream later tomorrow evening. So let's get into our final thoughts, all right? Today was separated into 2 separate streams, not on purpose, and it was not on purpose. It was completely on accident. The first stream kind of reconnected, so if you guys want to go on to that one, I'll possibly put a link in the description down below, maybe. But other than that, meh. Bunch of different tornado warnings in Florida, as well as a derecho that kind of just surged on through into from Wyoming all the way into Nebraska and South Dakota, with wind gusts consistently around 70 miles per hour across the board. There actually was a tornado that we caught on stream today with a massive correlation coefficient that lofted debris up to 20,000 feet up in the sky. So stuff around Orlando, that happened around Orlando. I'll have it a timestamp in the description down below after everything registers. So today you still could see some wind risks down and around South Dakota later into the evening, but meh. I mean, it's kind of just doing its own thing. You could see some spotty hail, but nothing really too much. Definitely could still see some spotty winds across the board. Tomorrow, if we take a look at the convective outlook for the Storm Prediction Center, you can still see enhanced risk for the northern plains with a 5% chance of tornadoes. And then Cristobal actually makes impacts down in the south with a 5% chance of tornadoes around there. You definitely see some sort of impacts early this morning into the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hours, and then it will start to move over land after that. So that will continue to amplify the tornado risk due to the fact that it is so close to the low-pressure system. You can have those little popcorn cells, as we saw today in Florida, that could continue to produce tornado warnings across the board. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. And then, as I mentioned, there could be a 10% chance for tornadoes up here. Something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. Somebody said that they wanted me to take a look at the HRRR V4. We might as well take a look at that now. What time will the second stream be? Sometime in the morning. Sometime in the morning, in my honest opinion. Maybe around 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 8 Eastern, something like that. You know, we'll take a look at that. Let's see. HRRR has just some cells moving along the line. There's not as much discrete cells anymore, so that's kind of interesting to see here as to how it's not as much of a tornado risk. So maybe a 5% actually is a justifiable answer. So it's not that much. Not that much. Well, anyways, that's interesting. Monday's going to be pretty interesting too. There's actually a slight risk for Nebraska, Kansas, all the way up into South Dakota, Iowa, and even Minnesota again. that area will be also really interesting too when it comes to the risk down here. There could be a slight tornado risk due to the fact of Cristobal moving on up to the north. I will say major flooding risk for Louisiana. I said that New Orleans was in my hot zone. New Orleans, Biloxi, stuff like that. That is my hot zone where I do believe that they could get the worst risk out of everyone across the board in the United States. So something to keep in mind there. But you can definitely see something moving on through on Monday. We can actually take a look and see as to when all that is coming through. So you can see Monday, there's Cristobal, and then an entire line segment forms on out in front. Could be some gusty winds out in front there. Maybe a chance for a tornado if some discrete cells form. And then, yeah, that sounds about right. And then Tuesday, Cristobal actually merges with the line, the boundary that moves on through, kind of pushes up. You could see a tornado risk in Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, and then even Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan due to the fact of how close the remnants of Cristobal will be and how the armbands will kind of just like swing on through. So you could see something along the lines there, and that should be pretty much it. That's gonna be it for me, guys. If you guys are new to this, new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell notification if you want to catch my live streams. Also, share it with people who might actually be interested in this. You know, weather is always a fun and engaging topic. I know it's kind of weird to talk about, but talk about in public. But I try to share my enthusiasm with the weather with you all. So that's as much as that. Thank you guys so much for, I almost forgot. 2 things. Also comment down below if you have any questions. I'll be sure to get to those as quickly as possible. And if you guys want to join my Discord server, link in the description down below. We have 303 members at the moment, which is absolutely mental. So thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Other than that, guys, that's going to be it. My name is Hockey Boy Nate. My name's Nate. I go by Hockey Boy Nate. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Peace. Alrighty. We're going to end the stream.